who would like to give me a rundown of what's going on? Happened the last, actually, for Steve, who is now joining us again. Anybody want to give me the last rundown of what, the last 2 sessions you've missed?
Yeah, I missed 2.
Whoa. So, yeah, the last 2 sessions, if someone can.
The last 2 sessions.
So that would be the hacking session. So actually, you got a pretty good dose of that. Were you able to read up on that email? I know it's a lot.
Yeah.
We don't have to necessarily go over that fully because we already read the whole email in the last recording. So if you want to, you can watch that. But if someone wants to just give us like the $2.
Sure, the recap of that one, for that session then, we had the hacking was what I was up to. We had, Ringo was off presenting Riley, and that went really well.
Asking for permission.
Well, I didn't
Yes,
I didn't present her yet.
You are correct. Yep, you're right. Not presenting, but getting permission, officially getting Riley created retroactively. That part was omitted. He simply got permission, and then she was definitely created after that permission. Right. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Exactly.
And then Jessica was up to at that particular moment. I can't keep track of your comings and goings. You're so nefarious. We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
So nefarious.
I don't remember what I was doing during the high.
So scandalous.
I wasn't doing much. I was probably just I think I was just.
Don't think it was huge.
I think it was all the stuff with the museum and dealing with that kind of stuff. It was research. I was doing research with Riley, who was helping me. And it was actually a very big help.
That's right.
In finding out what protections and magical spells and types of things I could possibly do to protect the mummies that are coming.
So
Rather than protect the populace.
Protect
From
people
them.
from them. Protect them.
So yeah, that was the bulk of it. Really, the other it was more of a, everybody kind of went off and sort of did some maintenance and some upkeep, handled some tasks, and then I had the hacking was my particular one that kind of pushed the side plot forward of what's going on with the prince. But we also had those other sub developments that will come back and bite us in the ass, I'm sure. And Ringil did come back from his meeting with the prince with some pretty key information that the prince was pretty open about, how shall we say it, in the supervillainy sort of way, alluding to, once I have what I want, my enemies will be dealt with kind of thing. But enemies wasn't Sabat, it was my enemies, implying, of course, that could be a broader definition than just the folks on the Maryland side. So it was pretty clear. And Drake was also no longer in his current place. And we found out a little bit about that later on. So, jumping to the next session. Oh, and then we ended that session with the rest of the coterie kind of getting together. Vincent went off on his little side task to go deal with Trey, who was our
Enchanted.
human,
Enchanted bad guy.
yeah, our dopey and trance dude who was following us around, who Reggie wanted hurt on the way out. Deal with him and make it hurt was the instruction. So Vincent took him to the place where we had met Evan, the serial killer, before you had joined us. The old warehouse that we had found him in, abandoned more or less, or
Seems to be a common place for you to get for the group.
figure if a serial killer.
You guys should just buy it.
The gist of it is if a serial killer can hide out there for a length of time, we figure we could probably go there and murder a few people too, right? Yeah. Or at least I think that was Vincent's thought. So we ended that session with Vincent walking into the building to hear a voice come up behind him and whisper in his ear, lovingly,
You're mine.
Evan, the serial killer who should be very, very dead. Diablerized even. So ash. Gone. Soul destroyed. So that was a little disconcerting. We rolled up after looking around. I mean, and Evan had a habit of being invisible. So in the next session, the coterie rolled up after, I don't know, 5 or 10 rounds of Vincent trying to find this Evan guy. By the time we got there, Vincent had run into the hunter, who we didn't really get a feel for what he was doing there, but the hunter kind of had a bit of a confrontation with Trey, hit him with his glowing bat, Vincent was able to kind of talk him down and say, hey, like, you know, the others are coming, and like I got backup, but also I don't really mean you any harm. So he was able to talk the hunter down. We arrived on scene, wrapped up the tray situation. Vincent did remove both of his arms, so you know we did have to kind of hastily stash a pair of arms along with the body, because at that time we did get a call letting us know where the black gem is, or where it's supposed to be.
Big news.
Yeah, so that's the big like culmination of everything, and at that point we kind of all shared all our information, which I want to take a moment to go and pass it over to Raven in case Jessica had any information she wanted to share with
Nope,
Steve.
not a damn thing.
Nothing? Okay. She'll find out in character when we have that conversation, because boy will we have that conversation.
Conversation was already had. As far as Jessica's concerned, the conversation was had and done.
This is true. Needless to say, it was an interesting little tidbit.
Totally.
At that time, we did learn from Ringo the bits about the prince, and that he was alluding to all those things, that Drake had been moved. We also learned, so we took the hacked data back to Reggie before we went after the Black Gem. Kind of tied a couple of things together, because the Black Gem is in the possession of the Warden, who is a Sabat over at a detention facility on the Maryland side of things, which is where we are currently. And the Warden also bought a Nosferatu captive from DC, from our side, that was captured quite a while back, that we were trying to track down. Bought one of them at an auction, so also kind of ties into what Reggie wanted us to be doing, which was tracking down those Nosferatu to try and potentially stage a rescue, whatever.
So there are two technically lead-ins that
Kind of colliding.
that were colliding into the same spot. You know, it is what it is. It just, I had multiple, and you guys stumbled across multiple of the.
And is this the same
Breadcrumbs.
one where they sold that Sentai too as well? That's
Yeah,
what I
but an
thought.
earlier time.
So she is.
So presumably the Lasombra bought the Setite and then Diablerized him, which is probably what they do. Not unlike kind of what the Prince does, in all honesty. I mean,
Yes.
the Prince does a very similar thing, only it seems more
Okay.
controlled. This is much more about, hey, it's open. Who wants to donate to the cause and discipline teaching or whatever? I mean, you don't know what this whole thing is. That was a whole other story arc you guys could have gone, but yeah.
So we rolled up in two vehicles. Most of us are in the bulletproof SUV, the armored SUV. Ringo, Jessica, Ward, and then Vincent is following behind in his not so bulletproof SUV, which he'll regret because it has been shot once or twice now, including with a shotgun, actually. So far, we have run into a group of police officers, and it was kind of a strange situation. We rolled up on the police department, or on the detention
Right
facility.
around the corner from the detention facility. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like a.
It's called the Charles County Detention Center, and I have the address if you wish to look at it. But
We rolled up the street heading towards because you got to drive through the parking lot, essentially, of the sheriff's area to get to the front gate of the detention center. And so we were rolling down the street, and instead of getting all the way to the parking lot, we ran into a police barricade with a squad car sideways in the road, with 3 officers flanking it, and two flanking it on either end, and taking position. And one of them walked up and approached our vehicle and the whole bit. Yeah, they were absolutely 100% Legion possessed. Flame in the eyes, like talking like.
yeah, it was a shame you weren't able to make it. 'Cause
Oh, yeah.
It was absolute harken back to your
Yeah.
days.
Oh yeah, and they know I'm there. They called me out by name.
He was hiding for a few minutes.
I revealed
and
my
then,
presence.
and then they're like, you, like all of them, and then they start targeting him. And then, yeah, so now, yeah, you
The
guys.
big and final reveal of the night, I think, was that we did find through our interrogation of Shayna and through some of the other things that the Black Gem contains Mammon, the demon Mammon, which is a different demon entirely than Legion.
Yeah.
And both of those, if the Black Gem is at the detention facility, and Legion also happens to, for whatever reason, be attacking the detention facility, and there is...
And I mean, like, attack. He has possessed an
Swarming.
arm. It's kind of like very harkening back to what
It's
happened to you
Boston.
guys in Boston.
Yeah.
So he literally, and I drew the bodies on there. There's bodies that went over the razor wire on this side entrance to the facility that have, like,
Very
that
Walking
basically,
Dead,
you know,
like a human
where,
bridge.
like, people, a human bridge kind of thing. Yeah.
so that the other ones can climb over them essentially.
Yeah, now that the whole gates are open now. But
Yeah, so we
You guys
just
just
got
come in.
past that car and are pulling up on him. Yeah, while not colluding, they seem to not be friendly with one another. It seems to be a turf war. In fact, the demon did call out, and I guess this will be for character knowledge later, because I will fill Steve in on this when he gets there. But the demon did call out my name, but he also said that it wasn't my fight. So they are clearly going at it with one another. We're in the middle of a demon turf war. So that was
Legion versus Buttermelon.
yeah, that was it. That was the big shenanigans we got into. I also found that one of the cars honks if you play with it enough.
yeah, yeah.
There's a little
That was another
battery
major
thing.
important. Yeah, another
Yeah.
important finding of the night.
What did I learn?
What?
And that our vehicles are perfectly scaled more or less to this, which is awesome.
Yeah. If we want to find it. I was like, that looks perfect. How about I buy this? So everybody's like, why are you buying toy cars?
Was this at Fred's?
Yeah. Well, actually, it's a couple places, to be honest.
I'll have to keep an eye
Anyway.
out, during Christmas time. We'll have to keep an eye out for more of these, because,
Oh, man.
You just have to look at the scale and then you'll be able to
Exactly.
go online and look at the scale.
Oh, man.
Only the characters were fit inside and sit in the
I
chairs.
know. They to sit down.
it's
I could 3D
stack
print
them on the road.
sitting guys. I have sitting models.
Yeah, you just gotta make the little pieces
Yeah.
and snap on.
Just like put them in, slide them in.
With our scale, but they're done, they just so
So,
they're already at all the dollhouse furniture.
yeah, and then for your part,
On scale.
and I don't know if you ended up having enough time to kind of look at it. I doubt you did, but if you did, that's cool. The email actually had quite a bit that ties directly into your project. So it might be worthwhile you reading eventually. And it
I read
has.
the email. I don't necessarily recall all the greatest moments,
No, you're fine. So there,
but I know we talked about everything.
No, he wouldn't have any
over.
character.
yeah, and so there's certainly the one technology that is clearly one of the testings that they got. So one of the operations directly ties to your project. And then, yeah, so you can basically go through that. Let me know if you have any questions, but I think we're just going to pick up where your character is, because essentially what's happened is you have been like toiling and just figuring out this, like, how am I going to get ready for the equipment? I have to get, a lot of like the specialized gloves, and I need to get almost basically welding gear, for lack of a better term.
To be able to see
Like
and
hazmat.
handle all this
Mhm.
stuff that I've
Or
got.
you hire like a human, would be, and you still need protective gear actually, because it's actually still hazardous. It's just not as doesn't have the additional part. Well, it's like one's toxic, and the other one's UV harnessing. So they're like two different. And you don't actually care about the toxic too much, but you really care about the UV part, and they don't give a shit about the UV, and they do care about. So it's anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a wash, but not quite. I would still say, based on like the SDS, you're probably surmising that it's a little bit more dangerous for you. Anyway, certainly an option. But your character has really just been trying to, and I mean, especially with the number of successes you got, you're really trying to like make sure everything's ready. You're supposed to be getting that shipment here at some point very soon, and basically they kind of dropped Riley off with you. And so, for the most part, though, you barely notice. It's just all of a sudden, like, you feel someone breathing down your neck, and you, like, look around, and you see Riley just very, like, looking over your shoulder and looking at, like, and she already has, like, 2 of the pages. You don't even know, like, how she got it from your folder, because your folder's over here. But she's, like, looking at 2 of, like, the schematics and looking at it, and, like, she actually ends up jumping right in. And so it's kind of seamlessly, like, just melds into your thought process. Which is kind of cool in a way. Like, she seems to have some interesting, like, tidbits and some comments that, like, at first you're like, that doesn't make any sense, please be quiet. But then after a while you're like, huh. Like, so she has definitely some form, she's intelligent, she's able to kind of pick up pretty quick.
Crazy.
I know. And then she's basically talking about how, well, we've looked at ways to kill your kind too. So, anyway.
Fair.
Yeah. Right? I mean, excuse me, our kind. As the abomination says. But no, for the most part, that's happening, and there's a whole bunch of texts and everything, and both of you are just sort of getting really into it and totally tuning out the rest of the world. Except you do get one that just pierces like your concentration for whatever reason, and eventually maybe it's just an accumulation of so many like texts and other things going on. But eventually one does kind of go and it just kind of echoes through your mind, which sort of has you pick up the phone, and it's actually from Reggie. And it has a text with an address saying, we're going to send, we already have Timothy and Cade that are on site. And so this is the address to the detention facility where the Nosferatu is being held. Let me know how things are going. We're on a separate concurrent assault. So brief me when able. And with that, you see kind of Riley's looking over your shoulder again, looking at the text, and kind of looks at you, and she's kind of just waiting for an answer from you. But I don't know, you just get the feeling like, hey, maybe it's fate's telling me something. In a way, right? Because I mean, nothing else is shaking you from your task at hand, and you're about at a pretty good stopping point, and maybe that's why you finally noticed it, because you're just like, okay, I've absolutely gone as far as I can go with this. Now I need the materials, and then we can continue to perfect this. But for now, it's set. And then, bing.
So bang, and I'm staring at all this stuff, and I let out an exasperated sigh of exhaustion and burnout.
Yes.
Because I've been staring at this forever.
Right.
And I say,
You must construct additional pylons.
we should probably respond to this.
Okay, should we go? Excitedly. I have no idea how to get it done, and she pulls out the phone that Jessica bought her. She seems to be, plugging in her password, and then looks at it, and it looks like this right here. Right? So that's the facility that we find. So she zooms way out, because you guys are like up here. So it's on the Maryland side, but south. Pretty good south, like south by southeast from your location.
So yeah, let's break off of this and let's go raise some hell.
All right. And just in case you're looking at the map, you guys basically pulled in. So the blockade was right around here. So you guys came in right around the sheriff's office. The little miniature blockade is here, and you guys are like entering like around this corner, and then you're like stopped here, and the fence starts there.
Look, there's two heads.
So, and then that's what we have portrayed here.
Are you speaking to me? Riley?
So them, I was just letting them know. With that being said, because that was like they got the address before they even started driving. So I'm gonna say like you and Riley just basically pile in or maybe get like an Uber. I don't know how do you guys even have a vehicle?
I do not.
So and she doesn't either.
Okay.
So she's kind of like you guys both stand out there and you're like, huh.
I guess I should have left her the Corolla.
I'm normally on my own and I just fly.
Yeah, exactly. She's like, well, you can go. I'll meet you there. I'll meet you there.
That's me. They're pretty quick.
It can be.
So I fly. You run.
What's the deal with vampires and shifting into like werewolf forms?
Don't get
I'm
seen.
guessing that's like is that the whole that's the whole
don't get seen.
masquerade rule.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't get seen.
It's big no for us if we
Yeah.
get seen in like werewolf form, but I don't know if it's like Krenos. She says. Is it like as big of a deal? All right, go. I'll figure it out.
Absolutely. It's always a big deal. I think
Okay.
It's a big deal for everybody.
Okay. Okay. So she kind of looks around, and as you do your shift and fly, go ahead and so we'll top you off. Even the one that you normally would have gotten for blood. The other thing too is we did actually complete a story, so you get all of your willpower back. So it just is what it is. And you guys are going to be completing a couple stories in
I'll ask those
relatively short
questions
order.
later.
But
Okay. Thank you.
you get all of your willpower back, and then you're going to start off pretty much topped off for today, and then but you do have to spend for the back.
Spend for the back. Okay.
Yeah, because that's what's going to happen here.
Which I believe
'Cause
is
I'm
one or
batty.
two. Let me put this here. One or two,
He's
There's
daddy.
one, but you can spend up to 3 if you want to
Oh
speed
yeah,
that.
but I'll just spend the one because
Good thing with no other
not that
stats.
much of a hurry.
You
I
don't have
just-
your characters, you do.
No, because I didn't bring the book. I said, I'm not gonna bring the
So
book.
I spend
Oh.
one
It's supposed to be in here.
for my back. I'm on my way.
But
Okay.
I know her stats very well, actually, so.
I really need to figure out how I'm going to spend this XP.
Alright, so, with that being said, you end up flying pretty fast, and it's as the crow flies, so you don't have to worry about it too much. I'm going to have you do a, let's have you do an animal ken and wits roll.
Dots I actually have.
Difficulty will be 6.
Come on. Come on.
3. So you're pretty sure that like there's areas where you can kind of feel or you hear the bats, other bats, right? There are areas that are actually like dead zones, and so as you're flying into them, with your knowledge of animals, for the most part, you're like looking at it, and you can surmise maybe this is like owl or like some other predatory bird hunting, or something that like hunts bats. So you're able to basically kind of fly along the edge of those perimeter, which makes it so you can't necessarily go right as the crow flies, but you are able to effectively avoid predatory areas that otherwise a wayward
So I don't
owl most
defend
likely or something would
myself
have
from a vicious
tried
owl.
to
Perfect.
hunt you.
Good with that.
And basically allows you to get to the location. And as you are flying overhead, you can hear the distinct sounds of gunfire, which, little popping, right, and a series of popping. And as you're looking down, you see like the detention facility from up above where you're kind of flying, because you're flying decently high. And you see like just muzzle flash and a series of things, and you see a car basically skate right around another what looks like a police cruiser, and it looks very much like Jessica's armored SUV. As it goes, it swerves, and you hear another series of gunshots, and then everything sort of stops, and the SUV kind of screeches around a corner. And kind of powers through. You hear its engine as you're continuing to fly towards it, and there's another vehicle that's actually behind it, which looks to be Ringill's Corolla.
Actually, it'd be Vincent's SUV, his Escalade.
Oh, that's right. His Escalade.
Yeah, we left the Corolla at home.
That's right. So you see 2 SUVs then. One super armored, the other one not so much, just regular. And then, but it seems to be following it close in tow. And then as you're looking down, you see before you this detention facility, which goes, it's pretty big, as you can see. Like they end up here, there's a double fence because like there's construction there. So they're here, and this is the whole facility, and it looks like there's another like little building ahead of you here. And that is what you see as you're flying in. So everybody is basically together. It'll take you 1 round to get and fly. Your little heart's out to, it's not beating or anything, but allows you to fly into and basically get on the scene. So you guys,
Let's go.
what would you guys like to do here?
Well, when we last left, we were accelerating past the cop car, coming down the street, kind of at a decent clip, I assume, although Ringo was driving. And so we are just now pulling up. This is the parking lot again?
Yes.
Okay.
You like parking? It's like the northern part of the parking lot.
Okay. And we are coming up on, these are what, guard buildings or posts of some kind?
They look like they're for a. So this one looks like it has the raisable posts.
Little stanchions.
So these look like they might be a little guard posts. So they're little structures that seem to be reinforced with ballistic glass, and but they all seem to be scratched up and whatnot. Even so, and it looks like there's blood inside at least one of them that you can see.
And do we see any stanchions that are raised across any of the
No, they seem to be lowered.
Okay, and so we've got the double line of barbed wire leading into what I assume here is like the prison yard area.
That's yes.
Okay, and so then this area would be the sort of the asphalt leading up to the front of the actual building. That's usually behind, if I understand this is usually behind probably a set of 2 gates, right?
Yeah.
Like a gate here and a gate
There's
here.
a gate there and a gate there. The posts are down.
Okay, and are the
And
gates
then the
open
other
now?
gates, yeah, the gates are open now. And then the other gates, like you can see, are actually kind of offset, so it looks like someone roughly opened them.
And no vehicles parked in this general area. This is all blacktop, though, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and this is the entrance. To the
Everything
facility.
else is gravel.
Gotcha. Outside of the.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then the last question is: these are all, and there's no difference for this colored one here.
No.
It's like just an off-color one. And these are all people in guard uniforms, people in cop uniforms, too dark to see, civilians.
It's a little dark. Actually, it's not. There's a lot of lights everywhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a prison, so.
They look like they're people from all walks of life. Not a single one of these ones look like they're police.
Okay, no uniforms then.
Uh-uh.
Okay, so as we're driving up, do we have a little bit of a straightaway before we see this?
Yeah.
Okay, we don't just like round the bend right exactly there.
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're driving, Wingle, so you're the one who really. I mean, we can shout what we want as backseat drivers, but ultimately, and Jessica is in shotgun, by the way. Even though in the moment she's actually on the tire.
I don't know, I'm trying to figure out when I jump in the back.
Right? You're behind bulletproof glass. It's totally fine. Totally. That's why I'm in the back, right? Because it's totally safe in the front.
Because you rolled the window down.
Yeah, but I figured if they're shooting at the front, I'm behind a couple of meat shields.
You didn't say you rolled the window back up.
Oh no, I was definitely hosing people down, draining their blood as we were driving
I'm
away.
staying in the front.
So yeah, we're not doing anything other than shouting.
Go that way, no that
whatever-
way.
Yeah.
Well, no, you guys did pull up,
Mm-hmm.
and you stopped because there were a bunch of bodies in front of you in levels, right? And that's when they turn around.
Are they?
It said, "We are Legion," and they looked at you, kind of thing. That's
Oh,
how we ended.
okay. So we pulled up, our lights came across.
Yeah.
Okay, well then I'm
And then
shouting.
they just, like the back row turned around towards you.
I'm shouting, gun it.
All right. So let's see which direction we came again. We came this way.
We're up here. This
Oh.
is the
Yeah.
series.
You're not
of
going
sort of-
backwards.
Yeah, this is the series of 2 gates here, and then this area is kind of like blacktop, leading up to the front of the facility. Usually, what you'd have is you'd have like a prison van come up, get checked into
Yeah.
the gates,
All right. Yeah.
offload prisoners.
How
So I'm shouting, gun
sturdy
it.
those gates look? I guess
They're down.
they're down.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
One's open, one's down.
I'll put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah. All right. So
I'm
give
just
me
shouting, they're possessed. Mow them down.
a drive,
I'm
And-
sorry.
dexterity roll, and then show me where you're moving.
Drive Dex.
Up to what, 50?
If we can get this gem without fighting demons directly, let's do it.
How fast are you gonna say he's going in that first impact for like 10 miles an hour?
Yeah.
So I'll pull back up
And
the.
they definitely throw themselves in front of you.
Bonus points if you don't scratch the hood. Or if you don't dent it.
One success.
1. All right. So no additional damage. We decided what it's
It's 10 plus 3
3,
still.
13,
And no
and
no
no-
miles per hour bonus.
yeah. So 13 soak that or 13 dashing
Alrighty.
dice. Soak 2. Yeah, it sucks to be run over by multi-ton SUV.
Big truck.
Who we
Yeah.
guessed?
1, 2 ones.
Oh yeah, I gave you back all the pamphlets. So you have the printout.
Okay.
For 3. Right.
Yep. 3.
So we're 3.
So he's putting the pedal to the tin. Faster, faster!
I mean,
Don't be
Man,
afraid!
I don't want to kill him.
It's a heavy vehicle. It accelerates slow.
Kill the possessed people.
All right,
Moment
now
ago,
next one.
those people.
Same thing for this guy. Same thing for that guy.
Alright, here we go. Durability plus mass bonus plus 1 per 10 miles per hour. Our SUV is 10 plus 3 plus speed. Perfect. I remembered what it was.
I'm gonna try it. Well, yeah.
Do
Anyway.
it again.
I'm gonna try and avoid them a little better, maybe. But I
If
will.
you avoid them, you're going to go into other ones, or you're going to hit the post.
Yeah. Never mind. Oh. Yeah.
Well, look at the.
Yeah.
Come on,
I gotta.
we have to
Look at the
admit,
map.
This must be a bit of a moral dilemma.
Oh yeah.
It is quite.
I will admit it, and I am still Ward is shouting all the time. What are you doing, you idiot? Don't pull off to the side. Run them over. They're possessed.
It's not their fucking fault.
Ringle,
Whoops.
they're already dead.
Your mom's.
They're already dead. The demon already killed them and
No
just do it.
successes.
Ringo, if I have to get out of this car, they'll be dead anyway, and so will you.
Apparently avoided all of them.
And 2 ones, 2 successes, so it's not a botch.
All right.
You nudge them gently. They're starting to bog the car down.
Okay, not to get stuck with him in the zombie apocalypse.
I hear the tires spinning. I'm pretty sure that's Bob under one of the tires. We have a lot of traction.
Hold on, let me shift into
He always
4-wheel
gets run
drive.
over. All right. So so how much damage?
Well, I didn't have any successes.
No successes. So he just kind of goes off and is trying to grab onto a handle or something like that. I'll have him reflexively roll a dex.
Lock my
which he
doors.
fails as well. So there's lots of
Oh,
failures
God
all
damn it.
around.
Stop dropping
Well, you know how the stuntmen do it is they actually jump up as the car's rolling into them because then they take the impact across the hood. So I'm picturing one of them's gonna be splayed on the hood now. we got a hood ornament.
Uh-huh. No, that's gonna be this next guy. So continue to move yourself until that other one, and yeah.
1 success.
I knew you should have sprung for that.
Okay. So roll your damage. So wait, you didn't botch that last one?
No, it was 2 ones, 2 successes. So
After this, we're gonna have Steve.
All right, no
weld
soak
on
on this
some,
one.
spiked
Okay.
grill
And you
oil.
get a +1
6,
for you being about
8,
20 miles an hour
9,
now.
10.
This is easily the third time we've
14.
tried to run somebody down at some point or another in our experience. No, we succeeded twice now in our history. It's just there's a lot more mowing people.
Ooh, god damn.
Oh, this guy got splattered.
I'm just
Oh
saying,
my goodness.
just
Yeah, you're finally just fuck it, and I'm aiming for this guy. And sure enough, you do aim for him.
-2.
You're pretty sure, even though he's
So-
demonic possessed, he gives an oh shit look.
Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 successes for
Like a
damage.
no soak. Actually, yeah, you hit him going 20 miles an hour, and it hits flat. You hear a sickening, squishy thud, and his head slams into the windshield with a head-shaped blood splat, and you can see his whole body just flop backwards, and then you get the thump, 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 thump. As you're going over him, and you're pretty sure he's fine.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
He'll get up.
The demon
on
already killed them. They're dead inside. You're doing them a mercy and a kindness. I swear it. Gun him down.
Ward switches from angry shouting to almost cheering you on. That's the way you do it. Push him down.
All right, and then that's so. Then we're just going to move you forward. Where are you going to go? Because that's the courtyard. The majority of the facility's that way.
I'll
Towards where
turn.
Raven. So you're going to turn up in there, but there
Yeah.
is an entrance that is open They look like they were heading that way. For what it's worth, you don't have to do that though.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll make kind of turn, put sideways, put the truck sideways to the door, kind of, and then stop.
Okay. So go ahead and move where you're going to move, and then if you hit anybody, we have to go through the same process.
I'll try and avoid those guys.
Okay.
Kind of what I'm doing.
Give me one more drive check, and then Rusty, we're going to have you do the same kind of series of movements. Depending, are you going to follow two? Okay, yeah, you're able to do it then. Are you going to follow kind of the same general pattern, or are you going to do your own thing with your SUV?
Well, I thought instead. So at the front of this first gate here, is there anything else? Is there any buildings on either side of the gates, or is it pretty much open gravel? Like you said.
So there's two little guard shacks there. That are the two squares. I don't know if you could see them.
Yep.
So
yep, I could.
And here, and then other than that, it's this big part here, and it looks like it butts up to the main facility, which extends very much further this way.
Okay. I was hoping to. So the way the camera's angled here, I was kind of hoping to pull up to the right side of that guard booth and just throw it in park and get out and run in. That way there are the cars outside of the gates, if that's possible.
So you're going to be out here, like kind of where this part is?
On the other side, right side. Yep.
Okay, so the facility is that way.
Right. But I figured I would head in on foot from there.
Okay.
There is a large crowd of somewhat flatter than usual demon-possessed civilians, by the way. Just in case you weren't clear on the quantity of dots.
All right, give me a drive and dexterity roll.
Okay, that will be a.
They're already dead. Whether we ran them over or we ran the horde formed them, they were dead. They just didn't know it.
Those police officers weren't dead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minus 2, so 3.
All right, you're good. So you're good to place.
They seem to wake up.
Is the truck where you want it to be? The SUV?
Yeah, I was kind of wanting to like nose up to the guard, right on the other side of the guard gate, on the right hand side of the guard gate. But that's fine. That'll work just like that.
So like this or here?
Yeah, a little bit more over to the right. There you go. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Looks good.
That's fine.
And then yeah, I would bail out there and head in on foot.
Okay. Let's see here. He's dead, but leave him there. They look like they're following here. Okay. So let's go ahead and get everybody's initiative. So yeah, you stop there and you're able to get out as a part of this whole action. And then your character is going to be flying in, so not this round, but next round you'll be able to enter. So everybody, but go ahead and give me initiative still.
Yes, that's a badass initiative right there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It's wits plus dexterity plus your one single d10 roll.
What's dexterity, celerity, d10?
Yep.
Yes.
If you do not spend the blood for it, yes.
Oh, that's a 10.
Whoa.
10 roll, so let me see, that's,
Well, the citizens all go after you guys, I'm sure, unless somebody rolled a 1.
19.
19. Did anyone beat a 19?
Damn, you got a 19. I got an 18.
I rolled a 10. Best roll I could possibly
You're
get.
so
Oh, I rolled a 10 too. I know, right?
You're a little rusty.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, who's next after the 18? You also got an 18. So what are the? So actually, you two need to say who has the higher total. So whatever you add to your initiative, whatever you added to the D10,
Yeah.
is what you would is what is the
then I guess
tiebreaker.
that would put me at 11.
So you
I
plus
rolled
11.
a 7.
So plus 11. What's your plus to that?
My plus is 8.
Okay, so actually then Steve goes before you, for what it's worth. Steve, then we have Vincent. All right, and then who's next? 13. What about you? Ringo?
12.
12. Okay, Jessica and Ringo. And then the citizens on patrol. So, citizens are going to, and these two are going to try and mob Rusty's character. This one is going to remain dead. The others are going to try to basically assault the vehicle. And then the one at the door is also going to turn around and assist with what's going on in here. You do see that the door is open. There are lights on inside, but right now you guys are just still. You actually are still in the car. So those are their declared actions. So attack. Ringo, what's your declared action?
Well, I'm gonna jump out of the car, and I'm going to. I guess I'll step out of the car and punch this guy. Split action.
Okay, so you'll be move, attack. Okay, Jessica.
I am gonna probably just get.
And you had your shadows manifested
Yeah, the
around
shadows
you.
are
Yeah.
manifested, just
Okay.
so it makes it more difficult for ranged weapons against me. As well as, yeah, that's pretty much it. I think I'm going to.
Well, it just makes it harder for them to see you. It just adds to your stealth, right?
Yeah, that's the stealth, so it's I think.
And ranged difficulty to hit you.
Yes, to range, not melee. Melee doesn't have.
I didn't realize it did that for ranged. Alright.
Is there anyone? I mean, that's a body, right? That's on this side of the car. That's one of the little clear.
It's alive.
They're all alive. The only one that's dead is the one that Ringo killed by running over him in merciless fashion.
It just adds one to the difficulty for ranged attacks.
Okay. None of these guys have guns, though. A couple of them do have like pipes, and one of them has like a dagger. The one that's closest to the building has a knife. Like it looks like a butcher's knife, so it's a decent sized knife.
God, I honestly just don't even know what to do at this point because I'm not sure. My character does not know what direction to go really. So right now, I think she's going to stay in the car and observe and protect herself if necessary. If anything happens to come through the car right now, until she knows what everyone else is gonna.
Okay, so you're basically role playing.
Yeah.
Okay, Vincent.
I'm going to charge towards the armored SUV. I think so. Those three beads are like right in front of the car. I'm gonna see if what I can do to.
They're off to the
Go ahead.
side. So his the vehicle kind of charged in and then did a quick, hard like left turn and then screeched basically to a stop. And
Okay.
So the people were trying to like beat on it and get in and stuff, and so they kind of followed it around. So two of them did that, and then the other one was already there. And it like he sped and drove right between the two ones that were already standing there. So basically, two of them are following them. The other one's going to join them, and then the far one with the knife is going to basically turn around and attack.
Okay, but there's an entrance to the building on the other side of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm going to try to do is get a running head start and leap over the civilians and the SUV to the entrance.
Okay, so run and leap.
Yep. And I can't remember what the movement is.
Movement is 12 plus dex.
12 plus dex, so 12.
just
16, 17, 18. So 18.
What is this?
So my movement is 18, I guess, is what he said. 12 plus your dex.
Yeah.
Okay, so like I said, full running movement to jump. So long jump over the civilians and the SUV to land on the other side of the entrance where the building is.
So move and jump. Okay.
Yes.
Steve just went. Sorry, award. Well, let's
Parkour.
We'll hold off on. Steve just is flying, so he's actually fine to do what we're doing. All right, Ward. It is your declaration, your actual activation.
Okay, so these three are all standing, correct?
Yes.
All of these are mobile.
No,
this guy is
That
upside
guy
down
is-
because he is.
he has tire marks.
He's
He
a-
switched on both sides of him.
He's
He
a-
went right down the middle.
Perfect.
He's a sail demon possessed.
Very
He
briefly.
ain't demon possessed anymore, but he's no longer with us.
Yeah, he's
You saved his soul.
exactly. You saved him from a fate worse than death by giving him the death part, but he could have had the fate worse than that. Are there any large objects around? What I'm looking
There
for.
are bodies that are wrapped up in the razor wire. Are those large objects? Yes. I don't know if they'd be easy to untangle. I think I know what you're trying to do.
No, I'm just wondering
unless you-
what my tool set is around me. Like
There are bodies. That's about all that you see that would be because they usually. I mean, other than huge amounts of gravel.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Okay, just throwing that around in my head. And
I mean, you guys are literally have your like front tires on the start of the gravel, so there's definitely gravel there. Everything else is pretty much affixed because they don't want to, have a lot of things sort of lying around in the yard. And actually, it's a buffer zone. This isn't a yard that you would imagine. It just seems like a buffer zone to one of the ancillary buildings for the facility.
Right, that's what I'm imagining. It's like blacktop, or like the van pulls up and drops, the sheriff. It's because it's not a very big detention facility. It's not like a supermax prison or something.
No.
I'm guessing like the sheriff's van rolls up, gets a couple of perps out with their jumpsuits out of the side of a van, and like brings them into the loading area or whatever.
Yep. That is very
And so
solid potential.
I was just double checking one thing before I commit to. I wanted to see the general morality chart. The passion violation, manslaughter, accidental violation. Where would you rate on a scale of morality?
I love these questions.
Fighting demon-possessed humans. If it means potentially knowing that you could be inflicting fatal wounds on them, but you really got to save yourself, kind of thing. I feel like that isn't. For impassioned violation,
So
manslaughter.
here's the
doesn't feel
deal.
like
I
it.
would say it's probably under manslaughter. So there are different scenarios.
Manslaughter feels like you're killing someone in a bar fight, though.
Hold on. So what I'm suggesting is it sort of depends. Like if you're attacking them and you just so happen to like roll and they drop when they're attacking you, then I would say it's fine and there's no need for it. But if they're not attacking you and you do like a preemptive attack and you're specifically not trying to like knock them out or anything and you drop them and they die, then I would have you roll.
Let me ask you, because 8 is injury to another.
Because you know that the demon leaves. You've already seen that they leave once the bodies get enough. Well, you don't know about Ringles because he ran it before it had a chance to leave.
Yeah,
You
but
don't
I've
know what that
also
effect
seen
is.
Boston. I know how serious this is. To me, this is self-defense. And I also know
I'm
that there's...
sure a low morality person would justify it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is just I feel like it's above a 4. I don't think of all the people here with a 4. I don't think I'd be rolling for. I don't think I'm gonna feel bad because this is clear self-defense to me. There are no lines because I know what these demons do. I've seen them in Boston. They're enemies until they stop being demons, and I can't just be like, okay, well I'm gonna poke you a little. No, you're still a demon. Okay, I'm gonna poke you again for one more demon. You're still a demon.
So what I will say is I'm okay with that overall.
Okay.
But if you're going around and you're like they provide no threat really,
Right.
And you're like I launch them into the razor wire,
I will have
like,
justified
that
use
is
of
going to be serious rolls.
I'm not going to pull a Vincent and rip their arms off. I'm just going to attack with maximum lethality. Okay, I just want to get a sense for how we were feeling about the general morality of the situation before I start violating.
Well, I don't know. Ringo's already 2 bodies up on you.
Oh, well, I'm going to make him feel bad about it later, just for fun. Okay, so...
We did get a comment here about the audio for for Rusty being way higher. Can see if it's on my end.
Well, the audio is low in general.
For ours?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
Bummer.
just is.
Mine's all the way up. Let's see here.
It's just the way the microphone picks it up. Probably the way we're seated, or that it's a really open space.
Let's just try this. All right. Try and speak, Rusty.
Hello? Test, test, test.
All right. Up until dawn, did you? Does that help you? Listen in.
Yeah, no, it sounds good. I can hear you guys.
You can. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, we're good.
All right. Okay. So the.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say probably not, unless it's like really like you're going out of your way to attack them.
Be brutal.
Right. Like you're like, oh, okay, well he's possessed, but you know,
Yeah,
let's
I mean,
have
I'm
fun
not
with this.
I figure
Then I'll be like,
it's kind of soldier tactics sort of thing. Like you shoot for center mass, and because you can't, you know, I'm not going to shoot for the leg because it's less lethal. But if I hit them once and they go down, I'm not going to follow up with the headshot. You know, this isn't double tap them.
Yeah,
once they're down, I'm assuming they're not demons anymore.
right, and that's been confirmed with last session too.
Right, seems fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and take my action. I activate my mental celerity, so I'm going to take 2. But let me double check.
And that's for thaumaturgy.
Yeah, I rolled for the success. You just need the 1 success to activate it successfully.
Okay.
And then I think you should allow us to take 2 during her turn. So this one actually is an immediate one. I don't take it during the celerity round. I just do it 2 actions. Yep,
That's
no split
interesting.
dice.
Okay.
Well, it comes with a serious
Succeed.
limitation of needing to succeed on a dice roll,
Okay.
and only ever being able to do 1. I can never do.
And you spent the blood, right?
I did.
Okay.
So, and the other one has to be a mental action. So my first action is going to be to kick the door open and lunge forward with my sword at the first person I see. Split dice pool, I assume, for the movement and the drawing the weapon to then stab at them.
All that. Yes.
And then I think the second one will be to maybe try and drain blood on the one nearby.
Okay.
Okay, so
Now, can you split these, all of them, or is it the same rules as extra actions with regards to celerity where you can't split?
that doesn't say these 2 actions happen at the same time, blah, blah, blah. It kind of seems to imply that it's not a splittable. It just says the extra action, so I'm assuming I can't split it.
Let's play.
And I was
for
not
now,
splitting
let's just say no split for that one. But you can still split your original action for.
That's kind of how I was figuring.
Yeah, let's do that.
Most limitations rather than the loosest version.
Yep,
So my melee is 3, dexterity is 5, so half of that. So 4 for my attack. Do I have any extra blood? I have 1 more blood, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will spend the 1 to pump dex at the beginning.
Dex, okay.
Okay, so let's. Did we decide round up or down on dice rolls?
It's always round down.
Okay, I couldn't remember, so next turn that'll matter. All right, I got 1 success. Are they dodging?
No.
Okay,
They are not dodging.
All right, so.
And this is using
the King Sword with the glowing green fire,
with
which
the green.
doesn't
flame.
increase the damage; it just makes it ag. So
That's fine.
it's just cool looking.
Still, I would. Yeah, go ahead and roll.
Sorry, I didn't apparently write down. Apologies. I did not apparently.
It is
write
mortal.
down.
It does not get a soak.
There we go.
And what was the name of this power?
Strength plus 2. Which one?
The one that you just used with the flame?
That was the ritual green flamey thing. I'll have to look it up.
No,
It actually,
you have it written down. We've looked at it.
yeah, it had a Burning Blade.
Burning
I was
Blade.
like, it had a very on the nose name. I just don't remember what it was.
You're fine.
And that-
So thaumaturgic ritual. Yep.
These Tremere are very, very precise.
Yeah, they're super precise in there.
Stick with the green flaming thingy.
yeah, right. Like,
Totally.
okay, so
And it's on the
one, 2, and 2 1s. So no damage.
No damage.
No damage. I was
Well,
really-
you just like go and attack, but you're like trying to get out of the vehicle, draw your sword, and then you like get enamored a little bit with your own green flame. So you haven't even used it yet. And you're just like, this is awesome, and you start like, moving around like it's a lightsaber or something, and unfortunately,
I can totally.
Soon you'll be wearing my sword like a
totally
shish
a work thing to
kebab.
do. Just want to say.
Only if you stop waving
I mean,
around like a feather duster.
So that power has a number of charges on it. It has 4 charges.
Yeah, she starts making the sound effects to it. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Well, he is an '80s vampire. He totally.
That could laugh.
Oh, awesome.
And a nerd originally.
He's vampire. That means
Yeah.
he's definitely green
MIT.
lightsaber Luke right there.
Yeah, that's right. You are.
Oh god, yeah.
Green lightsaber.
He might have made lightsaber noises the first time he cast it in private when no one was
I
around.
tried. He just starts like going and attacking things.
Steve walks in and sees him. He's like, I wasn't doing anything. You tell no one.
Say nothing.
No, I did not see you playing with your dolls.
Swear to God, I'll curse you, Steve.
All right, and then while you were away, I had just Steve is flying in. So next round you'll be able to be, in your bat form, catching up with the coterie.
Apologies. I just have to roll for the blood drain on, I guess, the other
Oh,
guy.
that's right. Your other
I'm
act.
not used to being able to do more than one thing.
No,
ever.
you're good. You're good.
So I lose 1 success. It's a 4, which is a 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minus 1 is 5.
Okay. Well, that person basically looks really weak-kneed. And I'll do a willpower roll on the body. It remains standing, but it looks like it's basically going to lose its action.
Sweet.
And you're not sure it can actually even regain. It's trying its best. You still see the flame in the eye for now. The flame in the eye is suggesting possession, but for its part, it's just refusing to go down. Okay, so now you're done, right?
I am done. Thank
Okay.
you.
So flying, and we do have your character. Let me, it's over here.
Okay, it's here.
Oh, you got the bat?
Oh, the bat now.
There you go. There's the bat mini. Okay. Vincent, you wanted to basically run and do a superhero jumping and land on the other side of the vehicle. So
Yes, sir.
you're gonna do kind of. And you're jumping over like the three people.
I believe I can make it, yes.
Okay. So go ahead and give me a strength and athletics roll, and we'll go from there. As you're basically run right up to him, and then attempt to leap over.
Okay, but I'm having my dice pool, right? Because I am doing a move action.
Correct.
Okay. So 4, 8, 3, 11, 12, so 6.
Okay.
Difficulty 3, and each success is 2 feet vertically or 3 feet horizontally.
1. Bummer.
Well, it's
Or actually, you said.
it's difficulty 3, isn't it?
Okay.
you
So
have
3, 2.
2.
Yeah.
So how many feet is that?
So every success can be a mixture of 2 feet vertical or 3 feet horizontal. So he could dunk, like that's.
You're gonna
dunking,
like
right?
jump into them. Either way.
That's a mosh pit jump. Right there.
So pick which one if you want to go the center. The one on the one on the far left looks like he's really wobbly as you see a whole of actually like 4 different streams of blood go right into Ward's hand with his sorceress shit. And the other 2 look like they're just basically pounding on the back and trying to grab onto like part of the vehicle. So it's sort of they're not really paying much attention to you for right now until you jump on their ass and teeth.
Right. Sweet. Is it possible to? Well, I guess I'm not getting that far up, am I? So like 4 feet, maybe 4. Yeah.
4 feet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
So
Give me
yeah, that's didn't look as cool as I thought it was going to be.
Unfortunately, the dice had a different idea with what was going on.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Damn it. Difficulty 3 too. That sucks.
Yeah, he rolled a 1 and 2.
Dang.
Next
Yeah.
round you'll use your full
Yeah,
If I were part of that.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a stamina. Let's see. Give me a stamina plus fortitude as you kind of just bowl into the guy.
Okay.
And which guy were you aiming for again? I'm sorry. Did you say the middle guy, the far right, or the far left?
I feel like the middle guy is probably the more, I guess, it looks like the more geometrically way, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like he's the one I would hit
He
going,
was
running
kind of
it.
what you were
So.
aiming for the trajectory. That's
Yeah.
fine. So go ahead and like I said, go ahead and give me your stamina and fortitude to determine just how much of weight you just come to bear on this guy.
Okay, so 70.
And with his stamina, he essentially quote unquote soaks one. So we'll see if you just like totally like World Wrestling Federation jump on his ass.
His name is John Cena.
So 4 minus 1, so 3.
Yeah, so yeah, you kind of like go onto him, and he's like I said, not paying attention, and you just jump on this guy, this poor human frail body, just collapses under your weight. Go ahead and put him in the same square, if you don't mind.
I should be like right outside the car.
Perfect.
So
Yeah.
which one he's at?
That one,
The middle
yeah.
one?
Yeah, the middle guy. Yeah.
Yeah, just like that.
Boom.
So you try and jump, but you jump onto him instead. Your predatory instinct just like overrode you in that one, and your body, like your mind, wanted to jump over, but your body's like, no, let's go after this guy. He has a lot of blood.
Just land on this guy. No
A little
biggie.
bit more blood.
All right. So with that being said,
Well, since mine was just roleplay, and I didn't really
you can move.
Yeah,
I'll allow you to
no,
move if you want.
No, actually,
That's the only thing you can do, though.
I have the perfect thing she would say.
Okay.
Way to go, Luke. Are we supposed to be running into the building? What are we doing? That was my whole thing.
And this is your
I'm
fault.
an 80s child, too. I'm like, way to go, Luke.
In all fairness, I did not think of the lightsaber thing until you said it, and now I'm realizing I have a green blade. I also have telekinesis, and I can just go ahead and learn the lightning to complete the Sith Lord package.
Oh my goodness.
Just saying.
It's the dark cowl. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Just constantly wearing an incredibly douchey black bathrobe. This is the only Sith robe I could find.
Of course, it's gonna be a Tremere.
You went over my helmet?
That's your secret, Santa.
That was the secret of the Palpatines. All right, so
I am a Palpatine.
Your sports is as big as mine.
Ringo, no. I see your forces. Okay. All right, Ringo, it is your turn, and you just selected move and attack as a split action.
Yeah, so I hop out of the truck and
That is
I'm.
not you.
That's not me.
Where are you? You're the
Ah,
one.
here I am.
Fell off the
There you
truck.
go.
Ah!
He bailed a long time ago. He's actually
That's
back
why
there.
the driving's been erratic. Ring the lynch, you don't
All right,
have
so you
to go
spent
with
you
it.
spent just one movement to get out.
Yeah,
So
step
then
out.
you still have your 12 plus your dexterity modifier.
And I'm going to.
D&D
Oh,
coming out.
I'm gonna. Can I still spend some blood to pump things up?
Oh yeah. Well, so just remember, you have your minimum or maximum amount of blood that you can spend depending on your generation,
Yeah.
right? So just keep that in mind if you want to activate other disciplines like your claws or whatever. And if you do your claws or anything else, keep in mind if you're going to be
Yeah.
planning on driving,
Yeah.
that's a little difficult with the claw things, right?
I was gonna.
So just keep that all in mind.
All right. Well, I'm gonna spend 2 blood to pump up my strength.
Okay, that'll happen for the scene. It's a good time to do it because this is going to be a very long scene.
And I'm going to I'm just gonna full on punch the guy.
Okay, sounds good.
Roll.
He is not dodging. So you're gonna punch. So you saw like a whole stream of blood come from this guy. He's barely like standing. He's barely standing as is. Just to let you know. So you're gonna punch him.
Yeah.
Or you're gonna punch the other guy that's behind that is not really affected.
No, I'm gonna punch him. Just
You're
put him
gonna
out.
just knock him out. Okay, go for it.
2 successes.
There you go. All right. So add 1 to your damage for your punch. So you have strength and then just straight strength, and then it'll be a +1 due to the successes that you got over the minimum 1 required here. And he will be able to soak since he's bashing, and he does. So
No damage.
nothing.
Nope, nothing.
Once. Oh no. But
Woof.
not
Our
a.
damages are not doing very well.
I saw a couple of successes, so not a.
Not the blood
not
drain.
No,
a-
it wasn't a botch.
Roll for a blood drain because that's a difficulty 7 roll for
Are
me.
you moving anywhere else?
But,
You have the rest of your movement to go if you win. You're gonna stay where you are. You've only moved basically 2 movement.
It's too shiny.
Yeah, I'll stay there.
He's
Stay there?
looking at it to stamp something with it properly.
Their turn. Alright, so the Legion possessed demons, humans rather, are gonna.
Human possessed demons.
Human, yes. Human possessed demons. Wait, what?
All bets are off. I'm pretty sure you could be a snake right now if you wanted. I'm swinging a green sword. I think Masquerade's gone out the window.
He's gonna go and try and open the door, which I'm assuming is locked for you.
Get away! Get away!
I'm assuming since you have the assault vehicle that it is,
That's true.
Jessica. I'm assuming you have locked window or doors
Oh God,
or no?
yes.
Okay.
Remember
That
you
one
said
with the
we
knife
talked
does try to open the door, and then just basically straight up like as if he's trying to carjack you, but is unsuccessful. So let's see here. The others, you have 2 that are going to attack Vincent. One of which has a bat, the other one of which has what looks to be a pipe. So Vincent, I think you're probably just gonna take this because it's not actually all that threatening to you.
I don't know though. It's a good thought that the place is probably recording, but at the same time, it's home to a vampire. So the odds of them keeping the
That one actually misses you
purposes
because they're awesome.
proving vampires seems unlikely.
Well, they're humans, so
Yeah, they're basically. They don't have a lot of dice. Cool. This one does hit you. This is the one with the pipe. So it'll be strength plus 1. It has 2 strength, 1, and then it hits you with 1 extra success. So go ahead and roll your soak and fear my wrath of 4 dice for damage. 3 damage. I'm gonna laugh if you don't soak any. Just for
Oh my god, I soaked 2. Nope. Well, let's see. 1, 2, 3. 3 minus 1. So I soaked 2. Jesus.
You take 1 lethal.
So horrible.
All right. So it did get through.
It did get through.
So the really weak one that said he loses his actions just from blood loss. Losing 50% of your blood will do that to you in approximately 3 seconds. So the other guy is going to attack you, Ringo.
All right.
So we'll do the same. This one, we'll say he has he takes out like a little like club that he has too.
All right.
He does hit you, so go ahead and soak. 1 damage.
Ha.
Fear me. Immortal.
Soak 1.
You soak 1?
Yes.
Alright.
Even though I have
So
2
you-
on.
you-
God
I was
damn,
gonna be
I'm
like,
rolling
yes!
shitty.
The demon-possessed humans are attacking and damaging you guys. That is all that they have, and it is back. So they are going to continue their attack for their declared round. Ringo, what do you declare?
I'm going to punch this guy full on.
All right, punch. So just attack. Jessica,
And-
what are you going to do?
and I will
Seeing
spend
this guy
one.
that's on the other side, you do notice the kind of flames in his eyes
Okay, in that case,
that's reflecting in the
I'm
darkness.
going to do Tenebration, but I'm going to do the 3rd level. Put a little tentacle behind him.
I actually have you. I got you covered. So it depends on how many you get.
Actually, he's just me. I don't know. I was trying to find it, but this book is in a really weird format.
It's under disciplines, under O. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, but I couldn't find the disciplines because it's different in my book.
It's kind of like a quarter of the way through or a third of the way through the book.
It's,
There you go. That's vicissitude. So that's V. So look for O.
I was, but I wasn't finding it before you called my name.
Yeah, you're on page 189.
But you don't have to do anything right now.
No, I don't.
So you're just doing the
Yeah,
arms
the
of the
Arms
abyss, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I will mark it down.
Maybe
And
more
nothing
than
else?
Yeah, I think that's just it. It's gonna be okay. Yeah, I'm gonna read this.
That's it. That's all you're gonna do
Yes.
from inside the safety
From
of inside
the safety of
the car. Yeah, totally. That's a Jessica thing to do. All right, Vincent, what would you like to do?
Oh, I got a mouthful of shit full on.
You get me all excited.
Sorry. Mm. Well, the dude just hit me at the pipe.
Yeah.
I'm gonna haymaker.
You don't like him at all.
I'm gonna haymaker that guy.
Okay, so you're gonna attack.
Eh,
Are you doing anything
Yeah.
else with your actions?
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna split my actions. I'm gonna haymaker the dude who hit me with the pipe, and I'm gonna turn around and haymaker the other guy who missed me and did no damage.
All right, so attack. So you're gonna attack the pipe and the bat guy.
Yep.
Okay, speaking of bats, but a different, same spelling, different object. The bat form is flying in at rapid speed, only to slam into an electric fence. No, we'll have you pop there, and you can basically from that point you can do whatever you want for your actions, but you just declare them for now.
A moth in a bug trap just totally entered my head.
Steve's here.
Guys, Steve's here to rescue us again. That's okay. All right, what would you like to do as your declared action?
Steve is gonna transform to normal form.
So transform. Okay. And then you want to do like a movement or something?
Yeah, I will move in to engage
So move,
as much as
transform.
I can. Move and transform.
Okay. Because transforming, I don't think takes any. Transforming back doesn't take a roll or anything,
I
right?
don't think so.
Okay. Or any
Just a
specific action
transform.
other than
All it
just
says
declare
is
it?
they remain in beast form until the next dawn, unless they wish to change back sooner. It doesn't say specifically how long the backwards transformation takes, other than
I would say it's probably a
It's
reverse.
same thing.
I would say it's reverse. Yeah.
So could he spend blood if it's free to turn back, but could he spend 2 blood to shrink it down to 1 turn?
Yes.
That makes more sense why it says to a minimum of 1. Okay.
I would say that's the way it is. So let's go with that for now. So do you want to just do an instant transfer back into Steve form, or do you want to do the gradual over the 3 turns thing?
We can do a gradual.
Okay, so I'll start 1 for transform, which brings us to Ward, who gets to actually do what he wishes since he's the initiative winner.
So I'm trying to figure out who Vincent has punched so far. He's on top of the guy, one of them, right?
Yeah, but no damage.
Okay.
Just like that guy's like struggling to get up. He'll be able to do something.
The
this
one in
round.
front of me, is that the Ringo failed punch?
The one in
slash
front of me
blood drain?
is the Ringo failed, and then he's also the one that you just drained. So he looks really woozy, but he looks like he'll be able to attack with a significant dice pool penalty next round. This coming round.
Okay, and then the guy on the other side of Ringo, nothing's
happened to him. Yeah, there's only pretty much one person that has any kind of 2 people that have any kind of effect. The one that Vincent's basically on top of, just because of his jump into him, and then the one that you blood drained.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep trying to do a stab drain to top off my blood.
Okay. Who are you against? A different guy or the same guy? You're just gonna finish him off.
I'm gonna stab this one, and
Okay.
assuming that I'm doing a good job of stabbing him, I'll go ahead and drain the one behind Vincent.
Okay, the one with the bat. All right.
Well, then not this
The
one.
pipe
then.
that's the pipe one.
And he's punching the bat one, he said. Well, I guess he could.
Both of
He's
them.
both. He's actually doing both. He's haymakering one and then striking the other guy.
Is he doing anything to the one underneath him?
No.
That one fair? I didn't catch whether
He lost his action because basically he was trying to get into the vehicle and hold on, and it stopped, and he looked like he was going to snake his way to the back to try and get in the bottom, and then all of a sudden a 400-pound Bruja jumped on his ass and basically creamed him into the sidewalk. He's fine.
He
but
took
other
no
than-
damage, but okay.
Yeah,
So I'll go ahead and
he's
get
not
him.
damaged. He's
So
just
Vince, because I figured
he was pinned that round.
If Vincent actually hits somebody, then I figure he's got it covered. So I'll blood drain the one that's on the ground, and I'll
That's
stab
underneath
the
it.
one that's
Okay.
got it. So starting
Sounds
with the stab, it's a basic stab.
Yeah.
Full dice pool this time.
Not
so let's,
dodging you.
Let's actually try and hit it. My dex is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7, 3. Oh my god, I got Vincent on all these dice pools here. Holy shit, is that what it's like to roll that many dice? 1, 2, 3. Well, 3 hits, that's not bad. Okay, so 2 bonus hit damage. Boom. And it's strength. Plus 2, which my strength is currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, my strength is ridiculous currently because I've spent a lot of blood pumping it above my normal limit. So I gotta keep draining it.
Looking pretty yoked, bro.
Yeah, I'm swole.
You're swole.
3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, minus 1 is 6.
6.
Yeah. One was leaning between a 7 and a 1. I'm like, yeah, let's just go with the 1. That's fine.
Alright.
Unfortunately, this is a little bit small for a 10 dice roll.
Yes.
Successes.
Okay, so 6 ag damage.
6 active. Well, I can't soak it. So for the most part,
Sorry, buddy.
yeah, you stab him, and this is with the green flame.
Yep, there's one
Obviously,
charge
since it's aggravated.
Yep, and I can't save him, so whether I want to use it or not, it uses one of the charges.
You stab into it, and you see like these flames sort of engulf around sort of the head and shoulder. You like stab into his shoulder, we'll say. But you see like for the first time pain, and it still has the flame in the eyes as it reels up, and it makes this like unearthly, like high-pitched wail that's not human at all. And you know, its eyes starts flailing around, and all the other ones do the same thing for a split second, and then you see like his eyes go kind of just blank, and then the guy collapses on the ground, and then the other ones, all their eyes look at you. Ward, this is unnecessary. It seems that we still have a long-standing hatred, but this is unnecessary. We're not here for you. They say. And that's, they all say that in unison. Legion does.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll the blood drain.
Good.
And, well, I gotta make sure I succeeded on the extra action.
Yep.
Success.
Yeah.
Unlikely to fail, but it could.
Yep.
Good God, I can't imagine what that would be like to botch.
That's what gets fun for, yes. Everybody.
You blood drain yourself.
I don't think I
You
can-
send blood back into them?
Well, no, I mean, for the extra action, if I could split, if it's magically allowing me to essentially split my attention, if I fail that, it just, inverts and I'm all super ADD and can't pay attention. What's going on?
Yeah,
Guys, there's vampires here, I think. Yeah. No, I don't think I got any this time, because I got 3 ones and 1.
Is that a botch?
It's a botch!
Oh
It's a
no.
botch.
There you go, buddy.
Oh, that's funny.
That's a botch. Just for
Okay.
inspiration.
Speak of the devil.
Yeah, please proceed, because I'd like to decide my options here.
Yeah, well,
I have an idea.
I know it mentions, what is this, path rating,
Wait, there's something wrong
non-trivial
here.
paths, yada, 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 and then it says, each time you invoke the powers, you roll a thing. Failure on the roll indicates the magic fails. A botch causes some kind of loss or catastrophic backfire, such as losing a willpower point. I'm not going to read that little in abbreviations, or dot, exclamation mark. Fuck that. Spontaneous combustion, not using fire,
It's like paradox.
or accidentally letting a living statue run rampant. Thaumaturgy is an unforgiving art. So basically,
So how
have
many
fun.
botches is it?
Hmm? 3.
Oh! Alright, so here's my
Oh no.
here's my final
Oh,
here's
no.
my final what's going to happen
And it's the
on a
specific.
triple
Just so we're clear,
botch.
the specific spell I botched was the blood drain one, which
alright.
is probably the worst one I could botch.
So what happens is so you do spend the blood still.
Oh, yeah.
So do
it's
that.
him.
I'm going to have you lose a willpower. Just not a permanent.
Okay.
Temporary. I don't. Well, this would be a case where I would actually consider one, but I'm not going to because I have something so much more fun in mind.
Oh.
I would
All of a
plead
sudden, you
for
are
mercy.
standing. You are standing in the middle of the exact place where you were, but there is absolutely nothing except the building, and you see the gate behind you. The sun is like suddenly shining on your face, but not burning you. And you are standing around completely by yourself, and you just see a man standing before you, almost impossibly pale, with dark hair, a dark black suit on, and he has basically, you see little flames in his eyes, and he goes,
Oh shit.
"How interesting." And we'll get back to you.
Thank God, because I need a minute, because the only thing I can think of, Aaron, I'm so sorry. This is very cool. but the first thing I thought of was, necessary? Is it necessary that I drink my own urine? No, but it's sterile and I like the taste. And I couldn't think of anything else. I'm sorry. I was just like, Ward is not saying that. This is too cool for that. But I can't think of anything else. I'm sorry.
Steve, it is your turn. You had elected to do a move and start your transformation. So go ahead and do your 12 plus dex as you fly down to an area and begin your transformation.
Go ahead and text Ben that we have now topped his lodge. 8.
Yeah, totally. That is a total. We gotta tell him.
Because he was the first one to really botch and do something dumb and make a hunter.
For a minute, I thought you said it with the Umbra.
You have no idea where he is.
It took 8 moves, so that's only a half move.
Sure. You can go anywhere within that 12 plus dex, so you don't have to use it all.
Yeah.
So you're gonna go there and then start your transformation back.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Vincent, your attacking.
Okay, so 16 divided by.
Very interested in bringing you down and beating you to death.
So 16 divided by 2 is 8 on each.
Yep.
We'll start with the haymaker on the bat guy.
Okay.
And that is
That's the one
strength.
behind you.
Am I still standing there? Do they see me?
Right next to, in between me and Steve, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That one.
Okay, here's the haymaker. One, two. Are you fucking kidding me?
We're having a rough
4 ones. Oh my god. Well, no, I got 2 successes, so.
Okay.
But 4 ones? Are you kidding?
God.
So that's a swing and a miss.
It is a swing and a miss.
I will say this, because of that, something feels off about the whole situation. Yeah.
There's a disturbance in the
stop with that.
force. There is.
So then go ahead and you have your other attack.
Okay, so rounding out the haymaker, he's gonna go straight up,
That hit you
punch
in
the dude. Yeah, I'm gonna punch the dude, but hit me in the head.
And up until dawn,
Hell.
with Vampire 20th Anniversary Edition, the only way you can actually botch is if you have zero successes
Right.
and the ones. Just to let you know.
Right.
In this system. In the old second edition, if you had more ones than successes, it was a botch. But in this system,
Right.
even if you have one, it still pulls you out of the botch.
Right. So here's my straight arm, or hook, anyways, to the guy with the bar, or pipe rather.
To the head. Yes.
1, 2, so 1, so 1 success.
So go ahead and give me your strength plus 1.
Unreal.
I will try to soak.
Tango.
1. I soaked 1.
So that's 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
4.
So that's 3 for the pipe. And just like with the last ones, when you're fighting the cops that were trying to keep everybody away from this facility while the possessed assault is happening, you see they do not wince in pain, aside from the one weird scenario where Ward struck him with the green lightsaber. You did not. This one does not respond to your attack, despite you knowing, and you see like blood and maybe a tooth like fly out as you clock the guy.
Yeah.
No pain or no reduction in anything that you can see. Jessica. So first use of Arms of the Abyss. Let's see how it goes. Yep. And then it's manipulation and. Oh no! Is that a couple ones?
No.
Did you botch?
No, I did not.
Please. Oh, okay.
But it is a 1 and a 0.
Is a 1 and a 0.
It's difficulty 7.
Occult. Do you have 4 or more dots in occult?
No.
Okay, so you don't have the specialty. So it's just 0. So you fail to activate. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're just like looking at him and you feel like, and same thing that what happened with Rusty, something about the situation just doesn't feel right. And I'm not talking about, we're in the middle of like a possessed assault. something else in this immediate situation feels off and somewhat dreadful, which kind of throws you off too, we'll say. All right, so I know I was looking for. I even got the minis there. That's right. You can,
Your tentacles a little
keep
limp there,
activating. It's such a great discipline. All right, Ringo, it is your turn. You elected to attack as a full action.
Yeah. So I'm going to punch this guy.
Okay.
You wrapped up in 2 or 3 of them.
And
So he's the one with the little club,
Yeah.
bully club.
I was going to spend 2 more blood for stats.
Okay.
One more
You
for
can go to a
strength.
maximum of 6
And 5. All right.
in any one. Just keep that in mind.
Okay.
All right. So your dex and brawl. So that's a 6. It is not trying to dodge you or block. Doesn't care.
Ooh. 2, 3, 4 successes.
4 plus 3 damage. So it'd be your strength plus 3. And I get to soak. This time he soaks 2.
One, 2, 3.
3.
Yep, 3 damage.
All right. So you same thing. You clock this one, and you see definitely would hit, but no response, as if it doesn't feel pain. All right, their turn. So with let's see, we'll go with the pipe guy first on Vincent. Attacking once, gets a +1 damage. Go ahead and roll for soak. 3 lethal.
1, 2. Oh, are you kidding me? What is up with these ones? I got 0 because I got 2 fucking ones.
Oh,
We just can't do this mission.
we're having. You guys may want to abort.
It seemed like it was starting awesome. We mowed a guy down. I
You
stabbed
guys-
a dude. I drained a bunch of blood. We had some
That is just-
successes. Steve
oh.
got there.
It's rough.
Ringo ran it down.
Wrinkle ran down someone despite his high humanity.
I consider that a moral victory that he'll have to roll contemplate for that one.
This dice witch is fucking cheating.
Oh, it's cheating. Oh no. All right, so that one, unfortunately, you take the 3 lethal. And are you? I'm assuming. Well, you didn't declare or do your heal.
Nope. I'll do that next
Don't
round.
forget, everybody, you can always heal as a part of an action. Just requires a roll and blood expenditure. Okay, so that's one. The guy with the bat. He's not going to attack the weirdly transforming bat. He's actually not going to care. He's going to mostly focus on. So he was, as I said, they were all focused on Ward. Now they're going back to their original targets. So all of them are kind of going back towards a different person entirely, even though originally it looked like he had aggro. So this one's also going to attack Vincent. 1 hit, so only strength damage. Go ahead and give me a soak.
1, 2, 3, 4.
2. So you soak that one. So he hits you in the back with the bat, and you just like take it, and probably give him a very mean mug. But you can see just emotionless look in this person's face.
Sure,
Alright,
they're
so
puppets.
The one that you're standing on will move into kind of the diagonal. Can you move him up from underneath Vincent? And then without trying to destroy the battle. Sorry. Move here, shake. And then that's fine. We can leave him here. Leave him there. And then he will attack with a half dice pool. That's a botch.
Oh.
Oh.
So he tries to get up and swings at the guy next to him. As when he's trying to hit you, he swings too wide and too wide and hits the other guy. And does it damage? Okay, does a bashing damage. Interesting. All right, so the possessed guy attacked the other possessed. It's the same demon because it's Legion, and hits himself.
Stop hitting yourself.
Legion, stop hitting myself.
Exactly. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. All right. Let's see here. And then we have the 2 there. So both of those guys are going to go after Ringil. So we have first one is going to try to punch you as well.
All right.
He misses. He doesn't botch, but he misses. And then the last guy with the billy club is going to attack you, Ringil. This time it does hit you for 1.
All right.
And go ahead and make your soak. 2 damage.
Soak 2.
2. You're good.
Safety day.
So no damage as you take the hit from the club. The one on the other side of you, Jessica, he's going to try and attack the window. I'm not even going to have him roll because basically there's no way he can go through the bulletproof glass. And but he does still waste his action because he doesn't know that. He's going to try and attack and even use the knife and try and stab into the window, trying clearly just to murder you, and is unsuccessful. So that's that. Back to the top of the round. Citizens, well, so bottom of the round. We go in reverse order in this game. I always need to remember that. Citizens declare attack. They are going to just go ahead and attack as they've been doing, with the exception of the one that is attacking you, Jessica. I'm going to do a quick intelligence roll. He is going to move around the front of the vehicle to engage these guys over here. So he is not going to try and get you where you are. So that's the only exception. Ringil, what is your declared action?
Okay. I'm gonna try and go for a clinch on the guy and suck his blood, and and also grow.
Whoa!
So glad you clarified that.
We're getting Ringil to bust out of his shell now.
Rick, what the hell are you doing?
And also, I'm gonna start growing my claws. I'm like, God damn it, fuck this.
Yeah, he's like, okay, these guys are dying. All right, so you're gonna clench, drain, and claws. Okay, Jessica, what would you like to do? Seeing that you know he's gonna, he like just like glares over at you.
Good.
But
That's
then
what
he's
I need to
gonna
know.
move around.
Because I'm gonna try and experiment to see if this works.
Okay.
The paralyzing eyes of the serpent. I mean,
Okay.
do serpentis and just it's no. I'm just gonna see if it does actually freeze him, the mortal, in his tracks.
Don't
Or if the
botch.
demon inside, you can't. There's no roll.
Oh, okay.
I'm seeing whether
Well,
or not the
we're
mortal
gonna-
can be affected,
We're gonna.
even if the demon can't.
I have an idea of what to do. So we'll get there when we get there. Vincent, what are you gonna be doing?
Well, he's gonna attempt to do the same thing. Haymaker and right hook the dude on the.
Succeed, right? Try again.
Yep.
That's a botch, like Ward did.
God.
Rough.
Do any of
Alright.
us notice what? Well,
I feel like
Horrible.
transforming.
Yep. So you're just gonna do anything else as a part? Yeah, I'll allow you a
Am I
half
allowed
action.
to do anything?
Yeah, I'll allow you to do a half action of some sort. I'll allow you to do mental disciplines, probably.
Okay. Maybe
Yeah.
I could try to sense this in on one of these guys.
That's fine.
Because then maybe I
Oh.
can lead into.
Well, you hold on.
'cause
I'm gonna let you
they-
do this reflexively, real quick, because you were kind of looking at it. Go ahead and give me an awareness and perception roll. Difficulty will be 8 because you're pretty focused on kind of the battle at hand.
So awareness. Hello, where are you?
It's the
Awareness.
talents, I think,
Yeah, and what?
and perception.
Perception.
Yeah.
And difficulty 8. There's not much. Nothing.
dang.
Cool. All right. Yep. So you are going to sense sin, which brings us to Ward. Ward, you are standing in a bright field. Well, in the in sort of the yard area, right where you were, but everything just suddenly changed. No car, no nothing. Now there's a wind kind of blowing, and this strange person standing in front of you. Looks very kind of thin features, very, very like supernaturally pale, like painted look to him, with the extreme of the eyes being completely black and the hair being jet black as well. And looks at you, and as he's speaking, and he steps off to the side.
Oh, I have a reaction. Shut up for just a second before you ruin it, because I think I know what you're gonna say. My reaction to what he said initially is one of somewhat cold consternation as I look around, clearly perplexed by the situation, but not necessarily afraid yet. Too curious to be afraid. My first response to him is to look back at him now that I've assessed my surroundings and say, "Funny, I thought there'd be more than one of you. Now go ahead and ruin it."
So as you step, you realize it's just a long line, and they start stepping off to the side as they start moving around, as if coming through. And then also you hear immediately off on your right ear, as he moves off to your left, you hear to the right ear and say, "We've always been here, Ward. It's good to see you again." But
and where
tell
is
me,
he?
and you look over and you see him going around there, and all of a sudden now you realize you are surrounded by
I'm
this
gonna stay locked straight
feature
ahead and not look.
guy.
I don't respond to the fact that he's behind me.
Well, and he's moving to the side now.
Yeah, that's fine.
And he's kind of, and they're all, and then more of them are kind of stacking behind him, and as if they're like almost like mitosis, like splitting almost, but they're not. But you're not actually seeing a split.
Or like a hall of
Or
mirrors.
it's like they just so happen to be perfectly lined up, going way back in numbers, and then when he steps aside, it like breaks that, and now you can see. And then as each one does, it just continues to go further and further and further until you appear to be completely surrounded and multiple deep. And as they're looking at you, we have a proposition for you. We want what's in this building. We're willing to ignore our past issues. And there's only one of them speaking, by the way.
I will
Only the
say,
one that had originally spoken. All the other ones are just looking at you and moving around.
I'm gonna figure. So Ward's reaction to this whole thing is he doesn't turn his head even once to look at the ones that are on the side. He does notice, of course, the refraction and the crazy house of mirrors, but he's gonna stare straight ahead and fix just on the one talking to him.
Okay.
Seemingly unperturbed by the whole weirdness factor of the whole thing, and he's listening intently. So,
We really don't need to be enemies in this. It would seem, probing your mind, that there's a little bit more to this situation, that we both benefit greatly. If we were to join forces, we're already working with your prince. It's only a matter of time before you're going to be officially under us. So, really, I just gotta kind of ponder why we even need to be enemies at all. Says you can interact because it is actually your turn.
no, I'm actually I am doing exactly that. I'm just listening until he
The
finishes
gem,
speaking.
the gem. That's what I desire. The Bali are here. Don't care. The gem is what I want. Mammon is what I want. It's trapped in that gem, as you well know.
To do what with?
Well, what does anybody want to do with anything that's been an arch enemy for millennia? Laugh at their imprisonment and make sure that they're not freed? Would that be a satisfactory answer for you to stop hostilities?
I don't find that disagreeable, but
No.
I do have to ask. If you say we don't need to be enemies, then why are you on the losing side?
Losing side. How do you mean?
Well, you work for the prince.
Work with the prince. We work with many entities.
Well, you've aligned yourself with the losing side.
Oh. Interesting. I care not for your petty squabbles that
And I care nothing
shift
for yours
for
either.
centuries.
That shift
I
from
play
millennia.
on a millennia scale. Well, I can
Same
see
game,
this
bigger
isn't going to be
pieces.
working very well, so we'll just take over. But when you're interested in talking, let me know.
Well, I'm interested, but I haven't heard an offer yet.
Ceasing hostilities is the offer, and perhaps you haven't been listening. It's kind of odd because since I'm in your head, you can't really tune me out. Curious. So even after all these years, and after you all perceiving your win in Boston, seems that you're arrogant in your presumptions here.
But if you're in here,
Fascinating creatures, vampires.
I wonder, at the very least, forgive my curiosity, but I wonder if I can be a vessel in as much as the gem can. I mean, certainly I have a will of my own, the gem does not, and it holds your kind just as well. I have power, the gem does not, inherently.
What powers do you have?
We'll find out. You have millennia after all. So do I. Let's see. Because as much as I may be trapped with you in here, so are you. Let's find out. Can you leave after all?
That's a great question.
Good.
It would appear not. It says.
And I will just say, I am doing what I can. Whatever that means. It's kind of like flexing a muscle you don't know about. I am trying to extend my senses, auspex, telepathy, everything I can to try and probe around me to see if this is an illusion, if this is in my head. If it is in my head, can I reach out to this entity? I'll spend a willpower to try and read its mind if I need to, to try and force some sort of... What I'd like to do is to use my will to kind of actually hold it in, honestly, to see if I can trap this thing in me. And maybe, I'm kind of assuming, Ward is making the assumption that if I am possessed right now, maybe this thing is having to pay more attention to controlling me. Maybe I can hold on to it for a little bit. Don't know. Worth a try, though, because I figure I'm fucked if not.
Yeah.
So, that's what he's thinking, at least. Do with that what you will.
Sure. If you could give me a occult and... What would that be? I'm going to say perception. Let's make this difficulty 9. You can botch this.
Can I spend will on this one?
You can.
Okay. I definitely feel like this is the time. Difficulty 9?
Yes.
That makes 3 successes total.
Nice.
That's 3 with the willpower?
9, 10, and willpower.
Ooh. Okay. What rituals does your character know?
I know the Trail of the Prey one. I know the storing blood in little trinkets. I know the damaging ward against werewolves, and I know the burning blade. And just so we're clear, the burning blade is something I have to cast ahead of time. It takes 10 minutes.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Of those, the storing blood in a trinket ritual comes to mind for some reason. And you're not sure why. But that comes to your mind, and we're going to end there for you for now.
Okay.
So that's your role playing. Ponder.
I shall ponder.
I feel like you can trap him.
It is your go. So actually, before we do that, everybody go ahead and give me perception and empathy rolls. Difficulty will be 7. Including you, Jessica. Including Steve. This is a different, just a free roll. Everybody gets it.
And I assume not me, because
Reflexive.
I'm not effectively there in that.
You can make it, but it won't matter.
Yeah.
Difficulty?
7.
7.
1.
4 successes.
Same.
Okay. Whoa. 4 successes.
Yeah.
What
only a
about you,
7.
Vincent?
I got 1.
1 success. What about you?
Yeah, because I am down 2 dice.
With a specialty and motives if it applies.
Specialty in what?
Motives.
Repeat that noise. Oh, not noise. Okay, so with the 4 successes, I'm just going to give it to you. But Vincent and Steve, you guys need to now make a awareness and perception roll. Difficulty will be 8. Again, reflective. This will not eat into your action. This is just proceeding.
What? I don't know what happened there, but sorry, hold on.
It's all right. We forgive you. Okay. 3. Okay. Wow, you guys are all just going to be like, yoink. Huh.
2 successes.
All right. I'm going to give it to all of you then. So particularly you guys have first noticed it immediately. So you guys are noticing like Ward's moving around. He did his attack with his blade. He seemed very pleased with himself about striking. He had like the cry of the thing, and he looks at it and he almost like relishes in it. And you see like drains from one of them. But as you're going, it looks like he drained in an unusual way that didn't just seem to drain blood in some way. Because normally, and we made the house ruling, you can't Diablerize somebody with this power, because that would just be way too powerful. That was what I was having when we were talking many sessions ago. But for whatever reason, in this particular case, he seems to have drawn out, and it's almost as if there's this, kind of mist almost. It's very hidden, but going with the blood right into his arm, and the one that he was draining just seems to be focused on him and has even a slight smile. And then it goes back to kind of focusing on you guys, like I said. And so that whole, this round, you just see that he's sort of sitting there, and you guys all see what looks like a little flicker of flame in his eyes as he's looking around, now with the same emotionalist look that all the other ones have as they're moving around.
So like him on a normal Tuesday.
Basically.
Oh, fuck.
And that is what all of you see, even Jessica from inside the other vehicle. For whatever reason, because he looks around, you just catch a glimpse of that with your really high roll. And all of you guys realize that the sinking feeling in your stomach is for good reason, because your coterie mate somehow, and normally demons don't possess, at least for you, and you can actually, you would know this because of your background and your specialty. Usually demons don't possess vampires. So something wickedly weird, wrong happened here. So, but with the fire in the eyes, you're pretty sure it happened. But for right now, all he is looking around. And kind of looking at his own body, looking at his hands, etc. Okay, so that is what you all notice. You did already declare your actions, so I'm going to force you to do those actions. However, your characters can keep that in mind for next round. And let's proceed forward. So again, Steve, you are, we have you as, you're going to what?
Sense the sin.
Sense the sin. Go for it. And you failed your roll.
Yeah.
But you failed your roll for something else.
So it's the difficulty is versus self-control instinct +4.
So difficulty is going to be 9.
Yeah, that's
Up until dawn, it's Dianonian. There's a background for his character. He was a kind of a Bali hunter for Boston in the previous uprising that actually Legion is referring to with lore. Did you botch?
Yep.
Okay. So, and it really kind of didn't matter, because actually in this case it has very much the same thing, except that it's going to be an additional willpower cost to you. So how many botches did you get though?
2.
2. Oh Lord. It's not 3. So I'm going to say that. So here's what you see. You crack into this person, and again, it's like opening this almost like a flower, but then light kind of peers out as you're, trying to see what this person has. And at the last minute, your mind is like, wait, he's possessed. What am I going to sense the sin on? And then it hits you. This flood. You see burning plains. All of your senses are overwhelmed with the smell of sulfur. Your body feels heat to the point where you got to make a self-control roll against Rotrek. You feel as if you are impossibly hot, and you're standing in a field. There is absolute misery of faceless and featureless, for lack of a better word, husks of that are literally swarming in these rivers of people movement. You feel a sudden lash as you are being struck by a multi-headed whip of flame. And as you're looking around and all of the other faces are looking upon you with the same just utter and despair and misery, when all of a sudden this spark of darkness appears in the eyes of one of the petitioners that you're with, looks at you and then looks at the others and like locks in arm with you and then locks in arm with another one and immediately turn around and you see before you a huge spiked form of just this monstrosity that's probably about 9 feet tall, again wielding a huge whip, wings, and looks like it has, you know, hair of fire of its own, and with these burning eyes. It comes down with this wicked looking grin and to face basically kind of looks like 3 of you kind of petitioners that are standing there in line. And for your part, you can just get this like confused feel and just again kind of overwhelmed with pain and fear, but then focusing again on this demonic form that's before you, and then looking to the other ones that are beside you, and all of them in unison launch at this demon's eyes, and they both reach in and basically stab with their own hands into this creature's flaming eyes. And then it's basically fast forward and you see like the words spreading and all of these husks are all sort of joining together, almost as if not really knowing what's happening, but sort of going with it. And then as they're doing it though, you can feel like a general combined psyche that sort of forms between all of them. And they all sort of have this unified march as if they're slaves rebelling against some master, some kind of Spartan, you know, kind of situation going on, but in hell, for lack of a better term. And you see though with that all these other images of like multiple possessions. You see like, you know, different times where you're going through and like people are wearing sandals, like you're in this plane, there's no more burning, it's really nice, you're underneath the sun. In fact, you get this feeling like you love the sun. You get this feeling of you just finding all these different people and able to sort of corrupt them. And you're able to then have other petitioners break off and go and like live with them as if through them. And so it's like you find this corruption in humanity and then you're kind of able to spread that way until such time as something happens where suddenly it's like this blinding light that's way more than even the sun, and to the point where it's like painful, and you just feel this divine entity, and it forces you basically out of like people, and you feel yourself like running around in like swine and pigs, and you literally run into a river, and you can feel all of like the air escaping you as you drown in all these forms. And then you feel yourself back in this burning pit where, again, you're set upon by all these demons that seem to come from all directions out of like the smoky fires and everything. And it's like fast forwarding again to another kind of escape, if you will. 666 is the number you see years later. And you're able to have like basically an out through what appears to be some sort of a sacrifice. And then again, you feel like the rays of the sun on your face, and then spreading and spreading and spreading like this virus. And it even fast forwards, and this is all happening in like, all of this is happening in the span of about like 6 seconds. So it's like all these really fast things that are going like super fast, much faster than I can talk to you. But you're perceiving it all, and you're feeling it all. To the point where you are actually just going to be motionless. You stop transforming, and I will tell you when you can actually move. So you're seeing all of this happen. As you try to sense the sin on a demonic entity, and horrifyingly succeed.
I'm looking for the self-control roll.
Yes. So for self-control, Rostrek.
I looked at Rostrek, but it didn't have the roll.
It might be a courage actually, because frenzy I think is self-control. I think Rostrek is courage.
Yeah, it's a being, and it's behind frenzy.
We'll look at it for you just to make sure we got the rules right. Mechanics, so 299 or let's try 299.
Execution, frenzy, and nurture. Okay, so
all right, the character who's victim of the botched courage roll immediately frenzies, remains in frenzy until story. Okay, that's not it.
299 is the chart for the difficulty. 3, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, there you go. So this one is this one would be difficulty 8 for once you finally come out of it, because it is direct line. It is sunlight. Okay. So that's that. It's a lot, but that's that. Vincent, your go.
I will attempt to heal my 3 lethal.
You're 3 lethal, so you're spending for 3 blood.
Yep.
Stamina, survival, go for it, and then you have attack as your actions. But start there.
Yes. Now, when rolling my stamina survival, do I get to add my fortitude or no?
Yes. It's any stamina roll.
Okay, I just wanted to verify that. That's all. So stamina survival. So that's 7, 8, 9 minus 2, so 7.
Okay.
Wow, really? Are you kidding me? 9, 10, 2, 1, so 0.
Damn.
All right. Yeah.
I'm telling you, Dice Witch is,
Being special.
dude, it's being a lot worse than that. So I spend the blood, right? But I don't get the benefits, or do I spend the entire? Okay.
No, you don't spend the round. You just spend the blood and you don't activate it. So, but you still get your full suite of actions.
All right. Haymaker and right hook. So, here it is. God, this thing. Oh, I'm down 2 dice, so it's actually 60-10 now. Here's the haymaker.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 2.
Okay.
Because I got a 1.
Plus 1 damage.
So, I'm sorry?
And that's against the pipe?
Yeah, the pipe was right directly behind me, or the pipe is to the right?
To the right.
Okay, so I did the haymaker on the guy behind me, so this is to the guy behind me. So bat.
To the bat. Go for it.
Yep. And this is swan. So strength. Potence 8, so 9. And I still get the -2 for the dice penalty, right? So that would be 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, -1 is 5.
Okay.
Yeah, you freaking haymaker this dude. You hit him hard, and his head just snaps back. With that, the head snaps back though. Again, from the hit, looks straight into your eyes, and you still see that flame in it.
Okay. And then, yep, right hook on pipe guy. Okay. So that would be.
Do it. Not dodging.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So roll 60, 10. Nothing. Totally missed him.
Oh, all right.
Dude.
All right.
I'm going to start rolling my regular dice. Well, no, I can't because they're left in Juno. Never mind.
Yeah. Oh. All right. Jessica. So, before we go, I know you're going to try and lock eyes and try and do stuff. What are you going to do? Are you just activating the discipline?
Actually, no. She's when he glared at her, she presses in with the eyes, like leans towards the window.
Okay.
So in other words, she's like, if she's here and the window's here, she's turned and she's leaning into the window.
Sure. Are there any other game mechanics? Any other things you're doing?
Well, she noticed something out of the peripheral vision with going on with Ward.
Yeah.
But
is she able to? Would she be able to look at Ward since he looked right over at her?
It doesn't affect vampires.
Yeah.
How about that?
No, it doesn't affect vampires. It's only affecting mortals. That's why she's testing it. I mean, she could do something else because it's just not a. But No, she'll prepare to defend herself if necessary because something really weird is going on and she doesn't know what it is yet.
Okay. So no other things that you're doing, and that's fine. I
I'm
just
not
want to
gonna-
know if
yeah,
you're like
I'm not-
pounding, if you're using any other, like what are you using, and if not, it's okay. We can
No,
go
she's
from there.
using the discipline, but once that's done, then she's gonna look right at Warden. What the hell is going on? Is basically it.
Okay.
So, but she's gonna see if this works on a mortal.
Okay.
That is possessed.
Okay.
Just experimentation.
So yeah, it seems to be locked with you, with your eyes, and you kind of look at it and trying to have it affect it in some way. It continues to move, and it looks like it's going to continue on its way.
Well, then I'm able to take a look and see for the next round what now I can.
Okay. Okay. Ringo, you have clench, drain, and you're going to start growing your claws.
Yes, so I spend 2 more blood. 1 for my claws. And 1 more dexterity, I think. And so clench that dude.
Raven, I'm gonna start
And-
changing to be a snake because I'm really excited for you one day to be a snake.
Let's see, I'm gonna have to split my dice pool.
Helps in this situation.
I'm not sure that it would help
So the
either. I'm
clinch.
just really excited for you to be a snake.
I just want you to do this.
I'm giddy for the snake thing.
1 success for clenching
That's
him.
enough. You got
Okay, and
Are you biting to drain, or are you biting to
bite to drain.
bite to drain? All right. So give me your your dexterity and brawl.
Okay.
Emphasis on. So hold on. So we need to do a split that action.
I did.
Okay. So and this is the dice you have left.
Yeah.
Perfect.
1 success.
Okay. That's enough, and it's not a botch, so we're good to go. So yeah, you drain 3, and
Yep. Oh.
You are biting to drain, and you feel like normally when you bite a human, they fall limp, right? Because they go into the kiss. Well, so you do that, and it feels like for a second it loosened up. And it did just that, and then it tensed back up, and then it sort of loosened up again, and then it's trying to tense up, and then you just see it's like kind of standing there. And it seems perplexed.
Still has flicker in its eye?
I'll give you a reflexive perception and awareness since you asked. Difficulty will be 8. Because we are kind of from the side, and his head's here, so you're kind of looking at his head from the side.
2 successes.
Yeah, the flame is there. The flame doesn't flicker, though. The flame maintains, but the eyes start to roll in the back, and then they come back, and then they start to roll again, and they come back. Just like what the body was relaxing, tensing, relaxing. It's almost like it's like fighting it with its will, but then it sort of likes it, and then but it's like, nah, I can't. Like that's the kind of the feel you sort of get out of that interaction since you're right there doing it, and then you're going to start growing your claws. So spend for blood on that. But that is what you get. Also, you did get the 3 blood. I'm assuming you're draining 3.
Yes.
Okay.
You already grew your claws.
No, I hadn't grown my claws.
No, because he was driving. This is good.
And I was trying not to kill people, but obviously this is beyond that.
And now we're going to see Ringo become a bloodthirsty monster.
No!
Please no.
No!
Okay, so
Give
we
in
have
to
the
the
2,
dark
so
side.
1 fist and the other one. So we have the 1 fist, and we'll do the bat. So first with the fist on Vincent. A miss. Then we have bat on Vincent. Also a miss. Not a botch, but a miss. The one between, so the one that you did Sense the Sin, as you crack into it, Vincent, you will see this, so will Ringo. That's about it. But you see the one that he, that as he's turning from the bat form to kind of the humanoid form in Vampire, the one that was wielding the bat, excuse me, so I attacked with the pipes. The pipe missed you. So the bat one that's in between the bat and you turns around and just like glares at Steven as he's starting to take shape. So he's actually going to forfeit his action as he's looking at Steven kind of curiously. And does actually show a little bit of emotion in its face. That of puzzlement. So then we have the Blood Drain one, has 2 dice, is going to attack Ringil. He does hit. So Ringo, go ahead and give me a soak. He is punching.
Okay.
You don't need to soak anything. He actually fails. And then the other one is going to attack you with the club.
Me?
Ringo.
Okay.
Whoa. Also misses. So the one with the dagger, or with the combat knife, rather.
The dice gods are.
We'll come around and try and stab Ringil. He does. So it's strength plus 3. So go ahead and give me your soak.
Okay.
3.
Ouch.
3 damage.
Uh, 1. Damn it.
So 2 damage on you, and it's lethal.
Bastard.
As he comes from behind, around the front and stabs you. Next, so that's their round. Citizens gonna continue to press the attack. Ringil.
Man. Let's see. I'm first gonna try and heal.
Okay.
So that's stamina plus survival, right?
Yep.
One success. What difficulty?
8.
Difficulty 8.
You're spending 2 blood for this, or 1?
I was gonna spend 2.
Okay. So 1 success.
Is that 90 or 60? Yeah, that is a 9. Okay. Yeah, 1 success.
All right, so you heal him. So you heal 2, or however many you spent with the blood.
Excellent. Yes, I heal 2, and
Okay.
then I drain.
You're gonna drain more.
Yeah, I drain 3 more from that guy.
Okay. So we're just gonna have you as a drain. Don't do anything yet. It's not your turn. We're just declaring.
Oh, yeah, that's
Jessica,
right.
what would you like to declare?
While I'm observing him, I'm gonna actually, I'm kind of looking at him, but says the way is clear, opening the door, getting out, and I'm planning to move to see if I can see in the building what's going on, etc. If I can actually get through the door, great.
Sure. It is open.
Oh, it is. Okay.
It is. You see
So,
light coming from
I'm
inside.
gonna go. What I'm
So you're gonna
planning
move
to
to the-
do, I'm gonna move here,
Okay.
look, and if there's nothing in the immediate area, move in a little bit more,
Sure.
because I don't know how to help Ward or any, and the fighting probably has well in hand because there's Vincent out there. So
Okay. So Vincent, what's your declared action?
Try to heal again, and then this time I'm going to haymaker the pipe guy and left hook the bat guy.
Okay. So attack.
Yeah.
All right. Steve,
It's a problem there.
you are completely, and you're like having still this like whole vision of like you've tapped in and had a spectacular success or a spectacular fail with regards to trying to sense the sin on a demon.
Okay.
So you are still completely just standing there befuddled, and then the other, for his part, that the demon or the demon possessed human that's in front of you, just seems to be staring at you. So for his part, he's not going to attack either. So RP.
Like, dude, stop
All right,
going
and
through my
then
diary.
Lord. So we're back up to you. Huh? Oh yeah.
I'm going to attempt. Oh, I don't know if you wanted to interrupt with.
No, it's RP. Free flow on this one.
After that little bit of a revelation, I've thought about what I want to do with that nugget of information, and I'm still kind of reaching out blindly here. You know, I'm still trying to just. We're in unknown territory, so
You're spending a willpower.
on a lark. Well, what I would like to do is I would like to. I'm actually going to go ahead and sit down, cross-legged.
Okay.
And seemingly unperturbed, you know, in the middle of what looks like an empty prison parking lot in a otherworldly realm surrounded by multiple copies of the same person. I'm going to take out one of my iron spikes, and I'm going to begin the ritual to infuse it to store blood. But while I'm doing that, I'm going to attempt to reach out with my telepathy, my other senses, all of my various mental powers at my disposal, and see if I can latch on to some sort of, I don't know, my hope is that I can divine some sort of way to maybe, whatever I drew into myself, because now I'm starting to get the connection here of like, okay, how the hell did I get a demon from me trying to drain blood? Oh, motherfucker, he came over with the, okay, I didn't drain blood, I came away with something I didn't mean to. So I'm going to try and take that and see if I can use that same sort of mentality to alter the ritual and try and trap it in this iron spike.
Okay.
On a lark, I could be just sitting there.
So that's two kind of things that you're trying to do.
Okay.
So we'll do one each round. So which
Okay,
one would you like to do first?
Well, which thing in particular?
Unless you're trying to do that mental celerity, then you could do both, but you have to activate the mental celerity.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'll absolutely go ahead and do that.
You seem to be able to activate everything. You don't know.
I mean, whether it's actually doing anything or I'm just thinking it's doing something. How would I know the difference? So, for all intents and purposes, away we go. No problem there.
Okay.
Spend blood, maybe.
You have activated mental celerity.
I'm gonna go ahead and mark, just for reference, I'm gonna go ahead and mark an X, a different mark on my blood for the ones I'm spending in the other world in case there's some weird side effects or whatever. Just so you know, I marked a special other realm blood. Okay. So I am attempting to do something.
Okay.
Whether that does anything or I just end up with a spike filled with
And you
blood.
said you were spending a willpower?
I will on one of the, since I can only spend one a turn, whatever check you ask me to make, I'll spend it on something.
So in order to reach out, you, you tell me. Same thing with Jessica. You got to tell me what you're spending and when you're spending it.
Well, I'm not sure what role am I making or what am I?
So for telepathy.
Okay.
Right, you're reaching out. It
Sure.
kind of feels that way.
Yeah. If you think that's, whatever you think is appropriate. I'm going to attempt.
You don't have a blood bond with anybody, so there's not. But you are still a very close coterie, so I will allow it.
No. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to confuse. I'm not reaching outside of myself. I'm still trying to. Essentially, I feel like I have this entity in me.
Yes.
Me, my soul, my
Seems
brain,
like it.
whatever. Yeah, seems like it. So I am going to try and force it to remain in me, and hope maybe even trap it in this object. That's my hope. Is to try and so if I'm trying to use Auspex maybe to.
What's your level of Auspex?
4.
Let me do a quick search here.
It's a little off the charts, but he's kind of flailing around, not really sure what else to do. So he's seeing if he can sense.
No.
presence.
So this is going to be you spend the willpower, right? So let's allow you to try kind of an inverse telepathy, where you're sort of cutting off the communication to within yourself. I will say. So let's just do a telepathy roll. So the player rolls intelligence and subterfuge. Difficulty of the subject's current willpower points. So I will have that be your willpower points as your own difficulty.
Well, before or after I spend the 1?
After, because it's current.
Okay, well that lowers.
That
it.
allowed you to do it, and then yeah.
That's a little nicer. That's not too bad. That's a 7. Okay. All right. And you kind of understand what I'm getting at as far as like the.
You're trying to sever the connection with the others.
Nah,
Maybe. Or trap it. You're trying to trap it with you.
Right. I'm thinking if we can trap Mammon in a gem,
Yes.
then maybe we can trap this thing in an iron spike, or in maybe the iron spike's a metaphor. I don't even know if the spike is real. I assume I have all my stuff on me still. So
Yeah, you have everything that your mental image is you.
it could just be a mental focus for all I know. But I'm gonna try and trap
You
it
have
in this
no
metal
idea.
spike.
You've never been in this scenario before.
That's why I'm just like, I don't know. I'm gonna use telepathy to see if I can sense the demon and try to draw the demon in with the ritual to trap it.
Reverse
in the spike.
telepathy for now.
Yep.
See how this goes.
I gotta lean
You
in.
botch, I'm gonna laugh. It's gonna become a horrible maniacal laugh.
And we said a 7. I have 1 success, and it is the willpower only.
And the willpower only.
Yeah, I mean I had 1, but then I canceled.
Which is
by 1,
fine,
so.
but it's a success. So as you're kind of focusing, you sit down, and you hear another whisper in your other ear, because he was kind of in front of you, right? He was just sort of
Yeah, the
standing there,
chattering
and
one was.
then now your eyes are kind of closed as you're kind of focusing on this spike with one hand, and on the other hand, I picture you kind of doing like a, sort of trying to meditate in some way, right? And trying to force the spike and get blood into the spike as you're activating the reverse telepathy, we'll say, the shielding or the trapping, what it would be, kind of mentally fortifying yourself, and you do feel the sense that, like, that sun, which is actually really almost refreshing, beating on your skin once again, because you haven't felt it for 45 years or so. You do feel like a casting and like storm clouds sort of feeling like they're rolling in and kind of eclipsing the sunlight, causing the sunlight to sort of fade into a darker gray. And you can see this obviously just by the feel, even though your eyes are closed. You do go ahead and give me an empathy and perception roll. Difficulty will be 8 on this.
1 success.
Okay. You get a very, just like a instantaneous feel of confusion that just sort of permeates your whole being. And it's only it's like a quick spike of it, and then nothing. So, Ward, what are you doing? You hear, and then in the other ear, you hear, you've wanted to join us from the beginning. We were there. You could have been Bali. We would already be allied. What are you doing? You wouldn't be happening to try and seal us off away from ourselves, would you?
You wanted to join me. I don't. And I won't look up from the spike at that time. I'm doing the dual
You're breaking
sense.
concentration if you do. I'm just letting you know. But it worked.
Well, I was gonna say,
Maybe that's why you got 1 success. So you kind of like break off and talk to him. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, do you want me to? I don't know. What am I doing with my secondary action, or was that
The spike. Weren't you doing the spike?
Okay. Then in that case, I
Because
won't.
it was the spike, and then which is fine. I'm allowing you because you only did the 1 success. So on the kind of reverse telepathy weird thing that we're doing. So, but like I'll say that's because he sort of distracted you maybe or something.
Okay.
Like through talking, and then you can go ahead and speak.
Okay. I'll say a quick line then, because I'm gonna go. Obviously, then
Playing
I'll go
the
back to
roles,
my.
yeah.
I'll go back to what I'm
Roll
doing.
with it.
Obviously. Yeah, I'll just say, if you're so keen on being together, then why don't you join me? You're so interested in sharing my body already. Why don't you stay a while?
We like you. We do, Ward. The funny thing is, no matter how this ends, you're already with us.
But I'm not one for causes then.
It's just a matter of time.
I don't drink Kool-Aid. Haven't for 45 years.
Kool-Aid doesn't care whether you drink it or not, it says. And then we'll move on from there.
Did you want me to roll on the ritual at all? For the standard?
Actually, yes, I do. If it's a roll, go ahead and roll for it.
Whether
So
or not it
that's-
actually does anything, I'll just let that in.
You don't know, but I did point you towards that direction, so you don't know.
Well, 2 is a 5 difficulty, so should be spectacular, hopefully. 1, 2, 3 successes.
Okay.
Nope, 4. So, and the standard result from that would normally be that I would take a point of my own blood
Mhm.
and store it in the object for later use.
Okay.
I'm trying to hopefully draw this thing out of me into this object, but that is. Do you want me to go ahead and also mark off that a blood has been removed from me one way or the other?
Yes.
Okay, so as far as I know,
For real.
Gotcha.
You don't know that, but you, as far as you're concerned.
I perceive that I have lost a blood.
Yes.
Whether that happens or not.
Yes.
Okay, go.
Correct. Steve, so going back, and now we're going through this massive, just like fast forward through time, and then it slows down, and clearly these like really pivotal moments or memorable moments of like, in this case, you're starting to kind of catch up. You're seeing the clothing start to change. You're seeing, you know, less like, you know, no donkeys, camels. We're shifting over to like horses, other things, and it's starting to like, it's almost like you're looking through like a bug's eye where it's multiple compartments of different, like this whole picture is completely overwhelming. And another reason why you're losing your entire round's worth of actions again. So you're trying to look at all these different things, but it's like they're all happening simultaneous. Some of them are all in just like a cluster of visions all together, but from slightly different angles. And then other ones are completely separated. They look like they're in a different time zone. Like it's a different, like the sun is, or one. Some of them have the moon. Like it's like kind of going almost global. It seems like to the part where, you know, you're starting to see like the advent of firearms. You're still seeing a lot of kind of the dregs of society. Lots of people. You know, there's lots of murder. Lots of even ritual sacrifice, which seems to really kind of speed and boost things. And it gets sort of your heart rate up again. Gets you excited in this peering into the sins. But it's all kinds of debauchery. This being is going into every single one of the, you know, major sins from, you know, everything. I mean, it's all kinds of things, and sort of exploring to its own glee in every form. And you're just getting like, you know, this feeling of you're a whole bunch of escaped convicts and you're just running rampant for free in this like area where nobody can really stop you except for very few people. And, you know, but you're afraid of something overall. And then you're afraid of other things overall, like multiple different kinds of things. So you're kind of like trying to play it more or less safe until you get to Boston. And you even see yourself and Ward as a significant memory in this. And you see your own interaction when you had Seneca Duval and you guys were in like the princess's office in Boston, and they used all the bodies and everything, and they were all standing in the courtyard for the University of Boston, and basically like charged up, if you recall, and like broke into it, and basically were like, this is our power, don't fuck with us or we will destroy all of you, just let us be, we're going to take this city. And then Seneca was like, okay, I gotta call all of the supernaturals to aid because this is fucked up and I don't know what's going on, but you die. And she basically openly declared war on the Bali, and then you see, like, again, your face kind of in different forms, so you get to see it from the other side. Like, your face does come up a couple of times, sort of ancillary, but it has you, like, attacking Bali or leading, like, charges against Bali. You do see Ward a few more times, and it kind of then goes in, and you see very few, like, images, and they start to become less and less and less as these different, these different point of views kind of consolidate. And they're very spread, and now at this time there's like you're guessing maybe one in each kind of time zone now, still spread apart. And it looks like two of them, like one of them is surrounded in desert, in like a desert area, and you do see like the pyramids of Giza. You're thinking Egypt, and you might even be able to locate like where specifically they are in some of these because they're kind of near major human like places, and we can go through that later if that's of curiosity to you. Because they're pretty consistent. They're like in like a general area. A couple of these, he's sort of anchored into other major population centers, but very few, like one person basically. And oftentimes they're surrounded in kind of squalor and drugs and illicit activities. So anyway, but then we're kind of coming to where we're getting very close, but you lose another round due to that. Okay. Vincent, attack.
Yep. Gonna attempt to do the survival, heal.
Yep.
So.
Go for it. How much
I'm gonna attempt to bite. Yeah, 3. Hopefully.
All right.
Hopefully.
I feel
Yeah. Let's hope, buddy. Let's hope. So 1, 2, 6, 9 minus 2, so 7. So roll 7d10.
You have split the party
Into multiple freaking
in
realms
like
at this point.
3 different ways. Almost 4.
Okay, that time I freaking did it.
Yes, you did. I see it.
Okay,
See you, baby.
so all right, so heal,
All right.
heal, heal. Which means 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right, so haymaker on pipe guy, left hook on bat guy,
Okay, go for it.
and I am okay. So I'm now only down the 1. So Dex brawl is going to be 4, 8, 12. Cut in half, so 6. So roll 60, 10. Haymaker, pipe guy. One, 2, 3, 4 minus 2, so 2. So +1.
Okay, yep, +1. Go for it. I will roll for soak. I get 0 this time. And this is against which one? The pipe one or the bat?
Pipe guy, yep.
All right, go for it.
It's going to be 90, 10. One, 2, 3, 4. Shit, 1. So 2.
2.
No, 3. Sorry, 3. 3. I 3. I meant sorry.
All right, you
1,
haymaker
2,
him
3,
again.
4.
And you kind of knock his head back. He does shift back, but it looks like you've completely given him whiplash at this point, probably twice over. He looks at you, and you can see the flame in his eye just dissipate, and you see like the guy just doubles over in pain, and like kind of grasps his jaw and starts just basically moaning in pain, and drops his pipe.
Okay.
Confused.
Left hook on bat guy.
Okay, that's the one that's standing motionless, looking and now smirking at Steven. That's Steve.
1, 2, 3, 4 minus 1, so 3.
Okay.
So it's +2, so that's 10.
Pipe guy. That guy is that. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Holy shit.
Man.
Yeah, so you get
Punch
to
his
see
head
what
off?
happens to that poor asshole. Make it quick. What happens? Soaks one.
Let's just say I left hook him, hit him so hard and knock him 10. I don't want to kill him, but I know this is
He's unconscious.
knock him out. There you go.
Yep.
There you go.
Okay. So he had his back to you anyway. So I'll put him over here, and then this guy's knocked out here. All right. So yeah, Vincent strikes one, knocks that one out, and then turns around and strikes another one. This time he's kind of getting his stride. He's like, all right, let's do this shit. All right. So that's you two, Jessica. Go ahead and move.
Moving.
Yep, go ahead. So you
Waist
spend 1 to
clear.
get out of the vehicle, and then 1 to get to this. So it's 2 to that
Right.
step right there, and continue to move. And then I will describe what you see.
Before I move forward.
Yeah. No. So with that, it looks like there's sort of a receiving hall.
I
Forgot they were in my flipping notebook. Just should be just 2.
It was a nerf dart. Oh, I found it at the same time. There's another one, but Aaron's horde form is in the way.
So, and then it looks like they have like a series of kind of pillars.
Aaron activates and transmin.
Yep, you know I do. I'll activate Stinking Cloud too.
Baby, is that you or is that Obfuscate 3?
All right, yeah. There you go. So you do see, it looks like everything's open, all the doors, except this one, which looks like it's a double. But you see it starting to crack open,
Oh, okay.
and a bunch of people here. You hear the sound of someone inside being like, "The hell's going on? Come in here, we're gonna kill ya! We're gonna kill ya!" You hear. And you do see, like, through the... It looks like this is sort of like a fortified area. So it's like prisoner receiving, if you will. You see a bunch of, like, markings on the ground as far as where, like, X's where people would stand and be 6 feet apart, kind of going up and down this whole area and all around, with numbers associated with different lines. And ahead of you is sort of these double doors, and then there looks like there's kind of a rectangular like slot for for visuals, and through it you do see the look of kind of a face and a head peering out at the humans that are pulling it apart. Go ahead and give me an intelligence and occult roll. Difficulty will be 8. Not like 8. Make it 7. I'm gonna make it 7 under the circumstances. Based on
2 successes and a double 1 in there.
You are pretty sure you see that same kind of fat, circular look of the Brothers of Blood that you guys fought.
Yeah.
And it looks very similar. This guy happens to be African American. And he is like peering out, and you can see not much going around in the mine, just like the other ones that basically assaulted the Toreador haven and basically sacked it and destroyed so many of them in the Sabbat raid. So, but you see, looks very familiar, same kind of general facial features, like I said, rounded features. And in this case, he seems to be looking at him, but he's not looking at you so much as he's looking at the ones that are like trying to basically almost super strength pry open this door and get to him, and all you see is the one for now.
Okay, so these are like the left. What's that? That wasn't me.
That was you.
Ow!
One of the ones that flew off your book, I think. Genius. Yeah. It just hadn't surfaced it. It might have been tucked in your shirt or something. You just moved and you're just leaking dice places.
You know, that actually fits as much as I game. Okay, so those are like 4 of those types that are.
They're yeah, like you see 2 of them are women, and one of them looks really frail, even though she's like ripping open this
So
door.
continuing.
Looks to be a druggie, and then the other, 2 of them look Hispanic.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're all just different
So-
races and sexes.
Continuing my movement, I'm going to move here because I don't think I can do it because I didn't declare it. Because I'm going to.
You can move anywhere you want.
Yeah, but I'm going to have to declare next time because I know
Yes.
I want to do it a discipline. So.
Okay. Okay. So that's where you move. Ringo, you're gonna drain.
Yes, so I
3 more.
drain the 3 from that guy, and I
All
heal
right, down to
myself.
6.
Black snake.
I'm gonna
Black
have it be
tentacles.
difficulty 10 for him now.
It's all slippery up in here.
Plus, I still have a shadow.
He botches, so he slips. So as you're doing this, you can feel like, and you still see the flame in the eyes, but he kind of like gives into the kind of euphoria of the kiss, and goes limp in your arms, and
All right.
has a smile on his face.
And with that, I'll drop him.
Okay. All right. That's that.
Alrighty.
So go ahead and remove that bead then.
Good job, Seer. And the main guy
All
go
right,
left.
it's their turn. They continue.
What?
So you just good job, Seer. You made a guy go left.
Yeah, I know how to suck 'em.
Thank you.
It's Mega
That's a
Man.
good 1-2
He's gone
follow-up
from.
right there.
So difficulty is 9, and you got 1, 2, 3, 4. You see them in just this like feat of strength, like rip, like pull open this whole thing, and it is now gone to the side. And Jessica sees the following.
Jimmy Eats World.
So as it peels open, it looks like there's actually like a secondary area. So it looks like there's, where's my freaking pen go? But this is open. You see like a, looks like kind of regular computer screen. Looks like there's like a computer here, another computer over here. Old school, right? It's Maryland, so a lot going for them there. This room though looks like it's much darker, and there are just tons of like computer screens and screens going all around here. And you see a giant fat guy. Same rounded features.
It's that body guy.
Same fat features. You have seen him before in your mind.
Yes, I have.
And you see 3 other ones all there, and they seem surprised. And like one of them looks and says, "Human," and the other one's like, "Get over here," he says. And that is based on where you are, what you see. The other ones, so this one's basically done. We have the knife guy who's going to attack Ringil again.
Alrighty.
He hits with 3 this time, so 2 extra damage.
Ouch.
Strength. So go ahead and soak. 1, 2. Only 2 damage though. And then the other one's going to attempt to.
Yep, I soaked 2.
Are you packing any armor?
To attack
Oh,
Vincent.
yeah, I do have armor.
I was gonna say that looks
Well,
like
do
just
you, or
your
do you,
stamina
or is it
Yeah, it is just my stamina for it. Yeah, I keep forgetting to.
All right. Well, then they've been doing targeted attacks against non-armored parties. That's fine. 1 hit, so he just attacks Vincent with his fists. So basically, I'm not rolling, but I am. So it's going to do 1 damage. Go ahead and soak that. Okay. That is all they got. That's their round. So enter the Blood Brothers.
Easily soaked. I soaked 5.
Okay. So, let's see here. Wits, dexterity, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13. So we go here. Okay. So citizens will continue their attacks now. And in this case, they're going to move in and start attacking the Blood Brothers. Ringil, what's your declared action?
I'm gonna whip around and I'm gonna clinch and bite, knife guy.
Yeah, up until dawn, it's kind of a culmination of a lot of sessions, and it's sort of a finale. So, anyway, he's asking demons and Blood Brothers. I'll laugh my ass off. What a night.
Demons
It gets
blood.
better.
Demons, blood
all right,
brothers,
so
possessed. Oh my!
that is that. So what did you say you're doing?
I'm going to turn around and clinch and bite Mr. Knife Guy.
Okay, let's fight. Jessica, what's your declared action?
I am going to spend the blood to change into Cobra form. It takes 3 turns, but it is automatic. So does that mean I could do another discipline as well? Because that's an automatic change. It's like I guess. Or turning into a bat. It's very similar to turning into. Okay. So the other thing I'm going to do is.
Just can't be more than 1 mental discipline.
Okay. So
I wouldn't
think
consider that
Shroud of
a
Night
mental
is
discipline.
physical, right?
That's a physical one.
Okay, good.
You can do multiple physical ones.
I want to do Shroud of Night, not around these guys. Around these guys.
You're gonna Shroud of Night inside. You're gonna drop it there.
Yep.
Okay. So Cobra and Shroud.
Hey, who turned out the lights?
Pretty much. I don't want to stop these guys from.
All right, for their part, they are all going to move into the back and activate this plan.
And I am.
Vincent. Are you action further?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to move.
Okay.
I'm
You
just making,
sound like you're going to do something else.
no, I'm just making sure because I was on this side, so they can't really like directly see me yet.
They didn't seem to notice you. They're much more focused on the possessed humans that are
Okay, so then, I'm not
adamantly
splitting my
trying to
action.
gain
I won't-
access to this
I
area.
will move.
All right, Vincent.
So the guy at the rear of the vehicle, I'm going to attempt to clinch and bite for blood.
Okay, clinch bite. Got a lot of that going around, which is good. And then Steve, you are still for roleplay, but you can feel that you're coming to an end where you're going to catch up with the time, and then you'll be out of it. So this is the last round for you. Unfortunately, that is not the case with Ward, who will happen now. So, Ward. Yes, the afterlife doesn't care whether you believe in it or not. It awaits all of us. Even us, and especially you. That said, we can make a powerful ally, Ward. We can keep you on this plane. Much better deal for you, I must say. That is a heck of a deal. Shall I say, hell of a deal.
Pun intended,
whatever
sure.
you're doing, I guess I'm trying to figure out what exactly you're doing. And this time it's a different person that's actually talking and moving this time. Comes from the other side. The other one is just sort of watching you. And now you have two independently moving. The other ones seem to be copies, but now two of them seem to be interacting independently with you. And it seems to be looking at your spike and kneels down and kind of takes a very similar position, sort of kneeling and in like meditation almost, but isn't meditating, just mimicking your movements, and then seems to be not touching you, but looking at the spike specifically, very curiously.
So I can't get mad because he's not touching me.
Don't touch my spike.
I still haven't heard an offer. Oh, I guess before I start that, I should probably declare actions in case I'm going to do anything.
Yeah. Well, it is your turn, so you.
Right. I don't want to go whole hog on RP and then realize, I meant to do something, but I just talked.
Oh, fair. Yeah.
So I better say whether I'm going to commit to full RP or just say something real quick and then do stuff.
Yep. That's fair. Is there any actions you would like to take at this time?
The ritual for the spike takes 5 minutes to complete, so I'm still kind of. I feel like that would. It's not complete. I spent the blood, but I'm thinking if I could maybe spend the blood to split my attention again.
Okay.
RP and a full action to attempt a blood drain on the entity I see in front of me. But again, kind of with that idea of like, I'm really not after blood. I'm just experimenting. If the power is in the blood, that's the whole point of blood magic. And I drew him into me with the same power. Maybe I can draw him into the spike as the ritual is ongoing. I don't know.
Sure.
So I'm going to attempt it. I'll make the roll. You can decide what it does. But in the meantime, I will continue speaking. First, I'll spend to activate. Yep, I can do 2 things.
Okay.
Great. And so let's go ahead and make the roll to.
Go ahead and spend that blood point.
Yep. And I will also spend the. So I'm down to 1, 2, 3, 4 blood.
Okay.
And I will go ahead and spend a willpower on the blood drain to try and make it more effective against spirit thing.
Sure.
In spirit form or whatever, you know. I'm just making shit up as I go. So 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, that's hilarious. So 3 successes. I got nothing but like 3s, 4s, and 2s, and then 3 10s.
So
and a
3
1.
successes, so you drain 3 blood.
So the will plus the 2 successes. Yep.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, are you doing the one that like was in front of you with
The primary one, I guess, or the one that's talking, or the one that I recognize. That
that,
I've been
well,
kind
it's
of
shifted. Remember, there was the one that's kind of
Sure.
off to your side that's looking, and now there's a new one that's sort of engaged from this mass of different, personalities or different, they all look the same. At
I'm
this
going
point.
to say that I've been,
But-
because I'm splitting my attention. I'm still fixating more or less on the one that started talking first.
Sure.
I'm not really going to deviate and play the game of like the. I feel like
The
the
first
cliche
one.
thing to do would be to like House of Mirrors and get overwhelmed. I'm just going to fixate on one and
That is exactly what I was wondering. What's going on? Okay, so you're going to focus still on the primary one, and you do indeed see blood that is basically coming from it, and for its part, 3 blood. So it's kind of looking at it, and you see like this black ichor coming and floating, almost slow motion from it, and it seems fascinated and looking, and you see a couple of the other heads kind of peer in and look as you see these like black ichor drops kind of go, and then they start like moving fast, just like they would normally. But it doesn't behave exactly like blood. It seems like thicker, which is not terribly surprising, but it is what it is. So you go ahead and regain 3 blood, and it doesn't feel different.
I feel like I'm in the
it
Matrix
doesn't-
eating a hamburger. I'm not even sure if that's real blood or not.
It is what it is, but they seem like, so one of them appears to be looking at the spike still and just fascinated. The other one's now, and you got like 2 other ones that turn their head, and they seem to be following it. Go ahead and give me a awareness and perception roll. Difficulty will be 7. You're already splitting your actions quite a bit.
No successes.
Okay. So that's about it for you. But they seem to be more enamored with what you're doing.
Yeah. So then I'll.
And you see for his part, like, hold on. Let me make a willpower roll. He seems to, like, you see his eye kind of flutter a little bit, and it almost looks like his eyes almost start to roll, but then he catches them again and focuses kind of on you. And again, the blood that's just focusing and now absorbing into your system. And he seems kind of almost like a confused look. That one. The other ones are just watching. Okay.
So for the RP half of that, I'm gonna just look at him and say, I haven't earned an offer, and simply abstaining from hostilities is not exactly enticing. There's a lot of people that don't attack me on a daily basis. They don't ask anything of me in return. But that's not what we're doing here, is it?
No, you're trying to resist us. And then another one steps from behind the one that blood drain that looked really kind of weak, and steps in, kind of looks at him, and then looks back at you, and
Resistance is futile.
You're going to teach me something tonight, one way or the other, whether in trade or by force, whether through failure or success. I will learn something from this, and that's what I'm really after. But you should know that. You've been in my head before, apparently.
yep. And so everybody go ahead and give me because of all the things with the blood brothers and whatnot, give me a perception and alertness roll, everybody except for
Those of us may or may not be on the plane, at the same plane of existence
yeah,
at the moment.
exactly, and not Steve, obviously.
Who?
Difficulty will be because there's combat. Jessica actually can't.
Okay.
Everybody else will be difficulty 6.
Imagine you're
So
already
it's
aware then.
so Ringle is and Rusty.
No. but-
Dos.
Rusty sending in a text over.
You bastard.
text sent. All right. And up until dawn, it's a very complicated topic. Jessica has many disciplines throughout the course of this over a year-long campaign, and she has diablerized a number of people that have very specialized and interesting disciplines. That has garnered a lot of interest and, yeah, negative attention. So, blessing and a curse. Same with Vincent, actually, as you'll probably see here very shortly. He was actually punished for his act of diablerie for 50 years. But you'll see. All right, so that is that. So you're still just having kind of this back and forth, and it seems to have effect on this entity, though. The other one, but there seems like there's so many. I mean, but that one seems to be effective.
Does he react in any way to what I said to him?
Not really. No. He seems to be just kind of engaging you. But we'll continue when it's that turn.
Sure.
So Steve, to your go, and you are catching up to where you see a series of faces. So you see the no faces you've ever seen before, but you recognize like a lot of the robe and the feel, and you recognize like a summoning circle on the ground, probably Bali. Their pale complexion kind of confirms this with basically negative humanity, if you can imagine it. But they basically, for lack of a better term, kind of summoned you, and it feels like it's very modern times. So it's a very recent time, and it seems like it's an entire cabal. And you see multiple figures, including many that are just shrouded where you can't even see their face, probably on purpose. And you are, get the feeling of kind of a deal that you've made with the Bali, but it's in your mind exceedingly temporary and only as long as you wish for it to be allowed. And you get the feeling like, kind of like these guys think they can control me, really. You get the feeling that they have failed to control your entity, but that you are pretending to not be free from their suggestions. You get that absolutely under no uncertain terms. They're basically like, we actually want this. And they're going with the whole thing, and apparently they're looking for some gem. There is some skepticism amongst like the collective. That's like, really? Like, how did, humanly beings do this? And you actually remember specific words being said, but it's like, how do how would anything on this plane, be able to bind a demon like Mammon? Like, it requires the blood of an angel to form. Like, literally, that's what you see. And it's like, angels don't descend to Earth. Like, they're not here. Like, what? Haven't seen them in age. They just don't care about humans like we do. We're the real protectors of the humans. Whatever. Some of them think that, but anyway, just so many different visions and the fields, all the different points of view. Again, kind of forming that sort of bug's eye view, right, where there's multiple and they start to more of them coming online and kind of explosion, like just before like pre-Boston War, for lack of a better term, because it was. In everyone's recollection, you're seeing those kinds of numbers, and it's all throughout. You see a lot in Maryland, a lot in DC. It's going up and down the eastern seaboard in clusters, but most of it is sort of consolidating here, and you're getting, you as in Steve, are getting kind of the feeling like, shit, this is like prelude to kind of, again, another open hostility with this fucking entity. Which will, like, just is absolutely manipulative and horrifying, right? And then with that, you kind of finally come to, you've lost 3 rounds, you've lost the willpower point, and you are now, you're back in, you're going to be back into it next round.
Is that a permanent or a temporary?
Temporary. just temporary.
I'll fix that. I marked off with actual willpower.
All right, Vincent, your go.
Okay, so clinch is Dex Brawl, correct?
Strength brawl.
Strength Brawl. Okay,
Probably
so
gonna be Dex brawl.
okay, so 8. Here's the clinch. One, two, three, two.
Okay.
2.
Yep, you grab it.
Okay, and here is the bite. Oh, you know what? That was wrong. I should have split those actions, and I did not.
All right, reroll
Yep, reroll.
everything, including the clinch.
Yeah, it'll be 5 die 10, 5 die 10. So sorry about that.
No worries.
So here's the clinch. Still made 3.
That's it. All right.
Here is the bite. Biting to drain, yes, sir.
Got it.
That is a bite.
Okay. So same kind of deal. I will roll for 2, 4, 6. Willpower. Very much like what happens with Ringo. You see the body start to like just immediately gives into the kiss, but then fights it, and then kind of like gives in a little bit more, and then tries to fight, but it's kind of comes back even weaker, as if like it wants to give in, but it doesn't. So it's like torn. But you still get the 3 blood.
Okay.
And no botches. That's good. All right. Next is the Blood Brothers. So Jessica, as you're watching, you can kind of see this one in the back. He looks like shirtless, has a whole bunch of tattoos all over him, and then this really big fat one is just this like super fat white guy that is sitting there, and you see he starts like beckoning them to him, and so they all move in, and with that, in horrifying fashion, you see he literally goes up and he like shoves his hand, which immediately melds with the other one, and then he rolls it in, and you see the other guy's arms kind of like flailing, and his head start to morph in to the bigger body. Same with these. This one actually jumps into him, and you see like his head comes along like the back, and one of his arms goes in from the belly, and this other guy, he gets like basically stepped on for the other guy, and he gets incorporated into this mass form,
Yeah,
which
I'm glad we
looks
didn't take
like
this discipline. I'm so glad we did not pursue this discipline on
It could
that.
have been cool. Could have had all sorts of
That's a little-
legs and
anyway.
Mighty
That
Morphin Flesh Rangers.
So kind of like that. I just hand drew it.
call ourselves Voltron.
It ain't pretty.
Yeah.
But
Looks a lot like the thing.
Ugh. Human
I
centipede.
mean, we've got 5 people. I get to be the head.
That's
including the
gross eater.
It opens up and it looks like it's like literally like sheared off bones for teeth at the belly. But that's the form that you see.
Like Jessica would allow you to.
I call dibs. You have to respect the dibs. It's like a blood contract, but more powerful.
And with that, and this form is just going through, and it starts undulating, and you see it moving in sort of spurts as it like rapidly moves up,
Yeah.
and it sort of just prepares, and it looks like it's getting ready for the humans to come in. And that is coagulated body form.
Yeah.
Looks like John Carpenter's The Thing.
Mm-hmm.
turn. Jessica, it is actually your go.
Okay, starting the transformation and shadow play. I am doing not shadow play. I'm doing Shroud of Night.
Yep, and you're dropping it
Bloop, centered on the
right on that
mass.
one. Okay, go for it.
Okay, whoa, nice, good. Let's see, difficulty 7. Excellent. I got 3 successes.
3 successes.
Okay, so 3 successes. Each success is roughly 10 feet in diameter.
Yep.
Yep, it's what it was.
I'm gonna throw you a pen. Can you just mark where you're gonna do?
Yeah.
Do you have it centered on?
I don't know how exactly
There, actually, just pass it.
big it is.
Feeling
It's
it's gonna.
probably better. So if I centered it here
Yep.
is where I'm centering it.
Okay.
So here says
Okay.
10 feet, 3 meters in diameter.
Okay, can be invoked at a distance, so generates roughly 10 in diameter, blah, blah, blah. You just want to go down to the successes.
Right. I
here.
don't want to make it smaller.
Each additional success doubles the cloud. So you had how many successes?
3.
So 1 success is 10, 2 is 20, 3 is up to
40.
40.
Yep.
Excellent. Then
And so take your dot, and it goes up to, so we said 10 feet, 3 meters. So it's doing, actually do it in meters.
Meters.
Yeah, so we have 3 meters, so 3, 6, 12 meters.
12.
So 6 squares from wherever you put the center. I put the center on between
right.
squares.
That's what she did. She marked it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just
So
then
1,
go
2,
6.
3, 4,
But
5.
it won't go around corners though.
Yeah, it won't go
So
through
effectively,
walls.
it's here. You can put the dot here. We'll just put the temporary or whatever. Put the dot there.
Oh.
Just to show where the
Right.
extent is.
I would more interested in like extending out towards me because
Okay.
it's not going to go outside of the building.
3, 4, 5.
It's going to be like light, so
6,
it's
right
like
at the door.
reverse light, so it's blocked by
Yeah,
intervening
so it's
terrain.
right at the door, and so basically it covers to both.
It's the whole
walls.
building just goes dark.
Pretty much, this entire thing goes dark,
Yeah.
and then right to the door.
Okay.
And you said that I can actually see through it, right?
Yes.
I can see through my
You can
own
see
stuff.
through your own vibration.
Excellent.
Yes, you can.
And
It
there's my
seems
first-
very confused as it's like looking around and all the heads are looking in different directions and
That
kinda
means
like-
I can't even see its screen.
just
This
seems
computer
very,
screen is
very
nothing.
confused.
And that's my first turn towards this.
All right.
Solid start to this mess.
Yes.
Well, there are multiple factions going
Well,
at
she's
it right
just
now.
glad to have a direction. She's like, I
You
don't
guys
know
are
what
in
the hell I'm doing
third.
out there.
Actually, 4th. All right, so that's that. That's why I had that there. Okay, so that was a good activation. Ringo.
All right. Well, I said I was going to clinch and bite the knife guy. Here's for the clinch. 1 success.
Okay, yep, you got it clinched.
And for the
Bite.
bite. 1 success again.
You got it.
Alrighty.
So draining or damage, did you say?
I will drain.
Okay. This one does not allow itself to succumb to you.
Alright.
Okay. It's not giving into the piss. But go ahead and give yourself back your 3. And it is the citizen's turn. So the citizens seem very confused. I'm going to have those 4 lose their action because they're not exactly sure what's going on with that. Well, they wouldn't. They'd move forward at least.
Are they human?
Yeah, they're human. No, they're possessed.
When moving?
So don't they start to suffocate?
They indeed do if they have 1 stamina, but they have more than 1.
2.
Oh, okay.
It's drained by 2.
Yep, Shadow Play.
Okay.
Or
Then
not
they
Shadow Play, but Shroud of Night is a 2-per.
2. Okay. So then, yeah, they enter. And the only one that sees anything is Jessica, and I will describe what she sees here in a second. Okay, and then the one that's going to attack Vincent hits with 2. Go ahead and soak Vincent with one bashing. I'm assuming you soak it. All right, so
Soaked.
Soaked. Okay. Jessica, what you see is the 4 humans move in unison into the cloud, and because it's 2 stamina, they all start to suffocate and seem very confused. With their eyes start bulging, and they fall to their knees, all of them in unison, each in turn as they enter the black field, and that is all you see. All right, and then the knife guy is going to attack. So we have one more actually over there who has a billy club, who will attack Vincent, I guess. Vincent does hit you. Go ahead and make a soak roll for lethal. 1 damage lethal. Assuming you soak that. Ringo, this guy is going to attack you with a combat knife.
Alrighty.
With 3 hits.
Soaked.
Ouch.
Soaked. And 3 damage, Ringo.
Alrighty.
3 lethal.
And I do have the armor. Soak 2.
Okay. So you take 1 lethal damage as he stabs you while you're biting him.
Jerk.
He still has that flames in his eyes. Okay, that's that for their round. So for citizens, they're going to continue to suffocate. They're actually going to try and crawl out. So I'll have to roll for each one to see which way they randomly start crawling. Ringo, what is your declared action? Bite, drain?
Yep, still gonna drain him.
Okay.
Bite and drain.
Jessica.
Okay, for my second turn of becoming a snake, I'm going to stay where I'm at, but I'm going to activate Arms of the Abyss on this guy to just be further distraction.
Okay.
Not bad yet, but not in the danger zone yet, but I'm close.
But if you nail this roll,
Yeah. It's just to be further distraction.
Okay.
As they don't see what the hell is attacking.
yeah, I mean, it may not just be a distraction. They can deal some serious damage too.
Okay.
Sure.
Go ahead and activate. Oh, you're not. No,
No, that
sorry.
was declared.
Yeah. No, I'm doing it. So for their part, they're going to move. And I'm going to move. Vincent.
I will continue to drain if I can.
Okay. You had him in a clinch. You'll have to bite, and so bite for drain. Okay, so your bite action.
Yep.
Okay. Steve, you now have full action. You can activate yourself as normal. You are out of the entrancement and not having a great feeling. So actually, the problem is you do actually have to do the courage roll now because of the sunlight that you guys see. So
Okay.
you can spend willpower if you need to, but
Yeah. Oh.
you may want to.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Did you make it?
I don't know.
What is it?
You got a 9.
Yeah.
Okay,
got a
then you
9.
made it. You don't need to spend a willpower.
Okay.
Okay, so you actually are fine. You come out of it, and I don't know whether you certainly don't miss that kind of fire.
Damn, I'm ugly.
Yeah, you're like, holy shit. I just saw hell twice. Yeah. So, what would you like to do as your declared action?
I'm going to begin growing my claws.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can spend a blood for that.
Yep. So you will when it's your turn, but yeah.
Okay.
So claws, and then what else are you gonna do? You gonna do any other
I
actions?
mean, these two guys are both.
They're there. There's 3 bad guys. There's the
One's in a clinch,
Yep.
or are they both in a clinch?
One is not in a clinch. One is trying to punch Vincent. Vincent has him in a clinch. The other guy is hitting him with a club, and then the other guy is in a clinch with Ringo, and he's stabbing Ringo in the face.
Well, we're going to attack that guy with my fists until they are close.
Okay. All right.
Or maybe a kick.
So you're
Maybe a
just
kick.
gonna punch, then claw, and then claw, and then he dies. All right. So go ahead and give. So not yet. You're just gonna punch.
That's kind of
Okay. And then Ward. It is your go. This is the first time for us. I would imagine this would be easier if you weren't resisting us. Give in. Allow us to utilize you for this encounter. We'll get the gem, and we'll release you.
I have a counter proposal.
Oh. Please tell.
Give in. Allow me to complete my task. Mammon will remain confined under my protection. And then we might have a deal. And perhaps you can, you know, a being such as yourself, old as you are, knows a thing or two. Perhaps you might share some of that knowledge. Certainly you need an agent to safeguard this object. I prefer to remain a free agent, if you understand. Like I said, I've never been one for causes, and I don't see joining your collective as a good option.
You do think that, so just on the side, so far, you felt there was a little bit, you saw a little bit of an emotional change when you did the one success for the telepathy, the reverse telepathy. You also noticed quite a bit of a response from the one that you blood drained from, just to let you know.
Sure.
But everything else has been, you know, virtually they're all the same, you know, with the same features and same faces.
I will just openly tell the GM or the storyteller that I am more or less lying. So would you like me to roll subterfuge?
Yeah, you can go ahead and give me subterfuge.
I mean, I'll say that if he were to turn around and make me a strong enough offer, I might consider it, but at the moment it is subterfuge in the sense that I don't expect him to say anything that will entice me. So I expect it to be bullshit. 2 successes.
Okay. Huh. Okay, no reaction from him whatsoever for what we're saying, other than what I've relayed to you. But he does say, fascinating. So we're very curious. What would you intend to do with the gem were it in your possession?
Well, that depends. I mean, I feel like once we can answer that question once it is in my possession. As I see it, your ambition is to make sure that the gem, that Mammon is not released. I can guarantee that at least. If it's in my possession, I certainly have no intention of releasing it.
Is that a lie?
No, that's honest. He definitely has no intention of releasing Mammon. what
Let's not do that.
You know, perhaps there are things you could teach me to contain it, to subdue demon kind, to
teach
punish
him.
him.
Fight me, us. He says.
Well,
Doesn't use the singular.
when we are of aligned purpose, I don't see how that would be an issue. And we are of aligned purpose in this. So far, as I'm hearing.
It's an interesting sensation. Can you get that blood drain on this one? They point, and you see 2 of them point at a certain one, and then another one points at this guy. And for its part, it kind of looks around at all of the fingers that are pointing at it, and seems to give a somewhat concerned face. But then it kind of looks at you.
I feel like I feel an obligation to stay true to Ward's curiosity.
Okay.
I'm sorry for whatever that may lead to, gang.
You could always blood draw from the one that's pointing.
I'll play nice in the sandbox for the moment. I haven't deduced any sort of advantage to. I'm not sure if it's harming him or not. So provoking him like that seems
Go ahead.
not advantageous. So I will target the one he suggested.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll spend for it. So bloop.
Look at blood.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you're tracking that.
Yep.
And I am at 1, 2, 3, 4 minus 1.
So you activate it.
Yeah, and this being the finale and me trying to contest the supernatural power, do you mind retroactively if I don't mind. I don't care if you give me the success, but I just want to say that I wanted to spend the willpower. I've been intending to spend it with every action.
Sure.
But I don't care if you, like I said, I don't care if you want to credit me with a success other than I feel like it's almost like me using telepathy on a supernatural being requires the willpower. I'm blood draining a demonic entity in a spiritual realm. I kind of want to spend it for that, if for no other reason, to just put that oomph behind it.
Sure.
But standard without counting that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 successes.
3 successes.
Without
so 3
counting
blood.
a bonus. Yep.
So 3 blood. Okay.
I'm just giving it all I got, is I guess my point.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, so you see the same amount. It's quite a significant amount. And again, you see like the entity kind of shudder a little bit as it's looking at its own blood and these black kind of ichor drops forming in the sky. Again, it's kind of slow motion and then heading right for you. And it does indeed give you nourishment for what that's worth.
If I can, just as a side note, as the ritual is ongoing to imbue the point of blood into the spike, I am doing my level best to force blood that I'm drawing from the demon, whatever that case is. So.
Ah, damn it.
Yeah.
Is that a rusty goddamn it for me?
Yes, it is.
I'm trying to force the blood into the spike. That could either give me an awesome demonic blood spike, could trap a demon in a spike, could make me host to it. Who knows, man? I don't know.
It could be Buffy the Vampire Slayer waking up in an insane asylum.
I could wake up in an insane asylum. I don't know.
Yep.
And being told everything.
So yeah, that's what I do.
Okay.
And yeah, so I
Yeah,
I do
it's
what he
like
asks.
they're all looking at it and they see this blood kind of flowing by, for its part, you see this one's kind of eyes roll back, and the one that you had originally drained looks like he also gets a little woozy, but the one that was like that you just drained 3 from seems to like fall down to one knee, and they all seem to be looking at it in fascination. Okay, and then with your willpower expenditure, roll a dice for me.
Do I want it to be a 4?
You don't want it to be a 1.
Okay. Then it's not a 1, it's a 4.
Okay. All right. You feel the clouds again, kind of getting a little bit darker, just a slight shade darker. You're pretty sure you just see like a shade of it go a whole like lumen down kind of thing, as the whole area gets a little bit more shady. The sun is definitely fully. You can see the orb of the sun, but through the clouds, but it's definitely fully covered.
I will comment to the demon, to Legion. I will comment to the one that I've been talking to this whole time. I will just look at him and comment. Daylight is an odd motif for something of the underworld to employ. You didn't do this just for me, I hope.
One of them comes up, a different one, and steps forward, and this one. Well, that's because we prefer to move in the light. When you've been where we've been, you appreciate the little things.
Oh, if you're telling me clouds and trumpets and men at lecterns, guarding the gate and charging admissions, then you fell from that place. If that's what you're telling me.
No.
Surely you don't want to go back.
No, we prefer the world that you've come from.
Oh, okay.
But the sun, even so, is comforting in its own ways, with all of the attachments.
Is it? I was never a fan even when it didn't burn me.
Well, yes.
Guess that's why I don't miss it.
Your form definitely suits you. Suits us too.
Not as
Right.
much. I'm afraid you wouldn't get to enjoy that, son.
So, Steve, you said you wanted to punch, so go ahead and make your attack. Unless you want to do anything else, I guess.
No. That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's just conversation, honestly, and then doing as he asks.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Dex ball?
Yes.
You get a bonus dice if you yell Steve punch when you do it.
Steve punch guns.
I'm just mad that Rusty didn't shout Shoryuken.
Shoryuken. Hadouken.
Yeah, big punch.
Big punch, Steve.
Don't
Steve
punch.
punch.
Don't
No
punch.
whammies.
Steve punch.
Steve!
Stevie boy, dude.
That's almost nothing above a 5.
He's not a Steve punch.
Not a Steve punch.
No.
Oh dear.
One.
That's 8. That's still a punch. You do clocking. Maybe you're in the bat form, so you're kind of like haha, and then you like try and like slap him.
Maybe Steve punch.
But no, go ahead and do your damage. So it's it'll just be straight strength for you, and he just gets his soak, which is 0.
You said just roll strength?
Just strength,
Okay.
whatever it currently is.
And like 1 points.
I'm imagining the bats from the Hotel Transylvania.
Maybe Steve punches are inaccurate but powerful.
What am I looking for?
Difficulty
here?
6.
Alright, then
He did not soak any.
Uno.
1. All right. Well, you still punched him in the face.
Jerk.
Good Steve tickle.
Yeah, you got the
Yeah.
little guy.
Just got it. I got his attention.
Yeah, you thunked him, and he's still been trying to like whack Vincent, and he turns around, and looks at you. Okay, so that's that. Vincent, go ahead, and give me your.
Are we
button,
Okay. It's Dex Sprawl, right?
Yep.
God dang it. Sorry.
You're good.
So that is. Okay, so. Five. Okay. God, I'm sorry. Okay. 4.
Okay, that's a hit, so plus 3 damage. He soaks only 1.
Well, it's drain.
You're draining, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and his eyes roll back, and you see the flame in his eyes dissipate, but he drops anyway.
Once he drops, I'll release him and get the hell out of there.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back here in 1 minute. Just need to plug in my cell phone. All right. I have returned.
Ooh, the broadcast dead air.
Yeah. So, you guys hear on the intercom system. I guess well, John's not in here, so it's fine. If you are here from the bishop, please proceed to my office. You hear? This is the warden. It's good to see fellow Sabat assisting with this issue. That's what you hear. All on the intercoms throughout the whole facility.
I missed some of that, Aaron. Could you repeat that?
Sure. So basically over the intercom you hear a very calm voice, sounds, kind of maybe a middle-aged man, speak of, if you are here from the bishop, please proceed to my office.
Okay.
You could deal with this issue and get me out of here. You hear ad. Free Mark, and Mark will bring you here, he says. That's all you hear on the intercom. Okay, Ward, give me a perception and alertness. Difficulty will be 9. Can't really botch this.
No successes.
Okay. So the mass starts moving. Moves to here, and you can see a bunch of arms feeling along, like it's moving blindly. So it's not like can't see. So it's like moving, feeling up, multiple arms here. You see arms feeling here, and a leg kind of kick out and feels along here. Another arm feels here. It's sort of, squeezes itself through in multiple ways, all through. And you see it just bowls through these guys, like walks over them, and then basically exits the cloud, and then sort of stops and sort of looks over at you because you are basically casting from around the corner. Well, we'll see if it sees you, actually. That's the fair way to do it. It's not going to be terribly hard.
I do have the cloud on me, remember, the shadow play.
Sure.
So it's a little bit difficult for them, a little higher difficulty for them.
That's fine. It still sees you, unfortunately. It does look right at you, and you see like its main head. It's just like this long slits where you see little eyeballs kind of sunk in and off to the side as it's sort of looking at you. Looks like pustules sort of kind of running down, and then like another head sort of reaches around the side, and they both seem to be kind of looking at you. You, La Sombra, help! Get master, it says, and kill you weird humans. They attack, no reason. It says, that's all. That's this entire round. Jessica.
Okay.
You said you were going to do the Arms of the Abyss.
Right, but I'm going to drop the action. So
Okay, going to go to RP.
I am going to just RP.
Okay.
I will take care of them. You heard the warden go to his office. As then,
You see, like,
and then I
it
finish
goes,
into my serpent form.
oh my goodness. So it goes,
Stole
and you
it.
see, like, it seems sort of confused by the serpent form, but you see, like, its main big lumbering form definitely bows, and then the other head kind of off the side also kind of bows in reverence and agreement, and it looks like it's looking that way towards where you're sitting. So it kind of turns its monstrosity size here, but it can't do anything else. Okay, so that's that. Ringil, you have drain.
Yep.
So you got a bite because you have him only in a clinch.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not out, so you do have to bite.
Alrighty. It's gonna be just a full-on bite then,
Okay.
which is 1, 2, 3, 9 dice. 4 successes.
Okay, that's definitely a bite, and you're biting to drain.
Mm-hmm.
So you're draining 3 more.
All right.
Taking him 6 down. And with that, he collapses as well.
Okay.
Knife drops on the floor. And that is that. Okay, so that was Ringo. Now it's their turn. So they're going to try and crawl out. So we'll ignore hens. One's going to be facing that way. 1, 2. This guy goes into this square. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Goes here. They're all going the opposite way. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's going kind of in the right direction. He stumbles into the computers or crawls into the computer. And this guy. Ignore 3. 1, 2, 3. Goes over here. Okay. So you see them kind of crawling and kind of making their way, and they're gasping. Okay. Next, let's see here. The one that's in the middle there. You all are powerful, the entity says, as it stops attacking Vincent with the club and kind of looks at all of you in turn. Why are you here?
Is it? I'm sorry. Is that the guy that's in the middle of us? Is that who you're talking about? Okay.
It just asks you why you're here, and so it forfeited its action, and it seems to be trying to engage you with RP. That's it. So for the citizens, they're going to be RP and crawling. Ringo, what's your declared action?
I will bite and clinch the other human.
Okay, so you're just going to deal with them.
Yep.
Okay, go for it. I know you don't. Sorry.
Not right now, of course.
Okay, Jessica.
Okay, I'm going to be using movement. I am going to move, looks like towards there,
Okay.
but I am planning to follow till I know where the warden's office is.
Okay. Okay.
Again, the gem, I thought
So
the gem
move,
was in there.
move and RP.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Don't think it's in there.
So he's going to attack, move, and Vincent, what are you going to do?
I move my way around the vehicle to the entrance of the building.
Okay. So it'll be a move. Steve, what would you like to do? You will be turning into a full vampire this round. So you'll be able to swap. Sit at the back.
Okay.
What would you like to do? He's draining, or he's going to be trying to clench and drain the one in front of you, but you'd have him in initiative, so you could beat him to it if you need the blood, or you can move over towards Jessica, and where Vincent looks like he's moving into the building. Right now you can't really see anything because you're still like half bat, half human, so you're still pretty short and you can't see through the vehicle.
So is punching or kicking this guy going to interfere with his clenching, I assume?
No.
No?
No.
Kick
Gonna-
him.
Okay, kick. It's fine. Alright, and then Ward.
So I think I'm gonna try and take two actions again. The first one will be to attempt to analyze what I took from the demon with the first level of, it escapes me, Path of the Blood.
Okay.
To use the blood analysis as my mental action, and then
I've already absorbed it.
oh yeah, that's true.
Are you gonna? You could walk up and ask. I mean, they seem pretty open to you testing disciplines on them. I mean, you don't know.
No, I think I'm going to. God, kind of in a shitty situation. I think I will still try and do two things, and I think I am going to try and hit him with telepathy again.
Okay.
Trying to hit the demon with telepathy again.
Are you doing reverse? Or are you actually going to try and connect minds? Are you going to try and shield up, or are you going to try and open up more? Which way are you going to go? I'll allow either.
Can I attempt to push the demon again kind of push the demon. I'd like to try and push him out or into the object, but if failing that, I'll try to push. If so, out I probably is, but my main goal isn't to really get him out of me. It's really to try and grab a hold of him. If that makes a difference.
You don't conceptually see how that's possible.
Yeah, I really need some necromancy, honestly. Grab on souls and stuff.
But you do think, like, you did have that one success with the willpower that seemed to create that sort of shield around you, or to try and keep him out. That had very minimal effect, but it seemed to, it changed the entire sky.
Yeah, I will go ahead and give
In
that
your
another go, just because if I can't control my, at
One
least
that's
can
more
force him
comfortable
out.
for you.
So I'll attempt that, and
Okay.
I will, as my second thing, I think probably just, I guess probably just roleplay.
Okay.
But I'm still gonna kind of split my focus,
gonna do
so
that?
I'm gonna still pay the blood just to
Okay.
kind of feel like I can have an honest, full blown.
Are you spending another will?
Yeah, for the telepathy, absolutely.
Okay.
Which is
It's an automatic success.
Maybe I'm misremembering the. My brain just told me the wrong thing, I think. Like I know it's subterfuge, but I also think it is not intelligence. It is. No, it is. Okay. Am I still shooting for? What am I shooting for? Mine? Or his? Or that? I have. Let's put it this way. I have 3 9s, an 8, a 7, and a 6.
Okay. So for
And a
that,
willpower.
it's difficulty 7, I believe it was.
That's what we
Oh,
you
no.
had it at last time, but
Yeah. So it will be the same.
okay. So that would be 2, 4, 5, 6 total when you add the willpower.
So as you're talking to it, and as you're kind of to this multi-entity, you've kind of interacted with it, done what it's wanted, but you have every time you kind of exerted your will, you feel like you've gained a little bit more actual control, like in the sense like there's no more sun because you basically are covering it for the most part. So it's not a direct sunlight, which is more like inherently uncomfortable for you. So you kind of are gaining sort of the upper hand in your own, in this mindscape or this, wherever the hell you are.
Can I specifically, while you're saying that, it occurs to me, can I also kind of focus my attempt as I'm pushing, now that you say that, to maybe force the sun to set? That's what I'm going to be thinking of at the time, and see if it has any noticeable effect?
6 successes. It immediately, like, it's as if you're in like a simulation and you dial it
Does
back.
the-
The whole thing goes zzz, and everything goes dark. Immediately the moon comes up if you want it to.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Complete.
So
Just
you still see under moonlight, and with that you see all of the heads now kind of moving, but not in unison. You're seeing a whole bunch of each of them kind of looking around, unsure of kind of the situation, and as you're going, give me an empathy and perception roll.
standard.
Difficulty be 8.
2 successes this time.
You get a crack in the one that's speaking's voice. What would you want in a deal when it composes itself? Just for a second, you could have sworn it was off its game and unsure of the situation now.
You know me so well. What do I want? What do you think I want? But before you answer, do tell. Just indulge my curiosity. Is this? I'm getting the impression, although I haven't visited myself, I should take a trip to Dumbarton and talk to Dahlia. But is this astral, or is this something more spiritual, or are we just in my head? Is that why things are so malleable here? Does it have to be a prison?
You have a lot of control for a being. Yes, well.
Do I have to look like
cat's
me?
out of the bag, I guess, in a way. We're definitely in your mind. The only way out is through. Or we agree to leave. You give us the gem. We give you the secrets you seek.
I simply can't see how giving the gem to you would in any way be advantageous to me, regardless of what secrets I gain from it. But perhaps there's a middle road again. My offer still stands. It seems that you have a need to obtain the gem, as do I. But you certainly don't have a need to continue possessing it, do you? What are you going to do with a trinket like that?
As we speak, we are discussing terms with your prince.
He's a non-entity to me.
Oh, we know. Non-entity to us, but still powerful.
Okay,
But
we
so
agree
are
on
you.
something.
I'd much rather have good working relationships with both of you. Seems like he's agreed to assist us with the gem. What say you?
I don't think the prince and I see eye to eye on those things. He doesn't seem the type to share, so I'm afraid that I don't know that I can align myself in that way. But
Well, what if this is if I just told you that I wouldn't tell him of your little plot to destroy him?
well, I haven't plotted anything. Yes,
You have.
No.
Lord, we are in your mind. We see what you've done. Such a bad boy. We would like to make this very clear. You have no leg to stand on. You are ours. We just want to make this easy on both of us, so we can stop this pointless bickering back and forth and frank waste of time, and we can go focus on this crappy warden. You can even have his blood. I guess it's 7th generation. We'll help you take it. We get the gem. We teach you how to ward against demons. We go our separate ways. Prince doesn't hear about your little conniving behind his back.
And what of the
all
prince
the
himself?
better. We care not for
Does
the prince.
your possession of the gem conflict in any way with my plot to dethrone him?
No.
And I think it mischaracterizes
Hell.
it greatly to call it a plot. I'd say it's more of an
How
inkling
about we
at this stage.
assist you with your overthrow, your little coup? Come on. You've seen our power. You know what we're capable of, and you know that the society hasn't gotten any more moral in the past 30 years. You see this, everything I'm doing and all the emotion, like it's all starting to come out from this one. And you're seeing all of them start to act independently with your 2 successes. Like you're seeing a lot of them, some of them even seem to be discussing amongst themselves in the back.
Legion, you don't seem to be in agreement with yourself as much, but let's set that aside for a moment.
You're so arrogant.
I know, but that's something we also have in common, don't we? Because someone bargaining from a
Maybe
position of power wouldn't bargain quite so much.
Maybe that's why we like you so much.
Well, I think you're speaking my language. I can agree to those terms, as stated. You will assist, potentially, as needed, with the overthrow of the prince. Although I'd like to think that perhaps we could accomplish that on our own. In
He has
maybe
a lot of
gentler ways
allies.
than you.
Including an interesting set of corrupted humans that seem to have taken an interest in us.
Yeah. That you'll teach
We're
me
equally
to ward
interested in
against
that.
your kind, so that you and I never have to have this sort of intimate conversation again. We can speak, but I'd prefer to speak in, the world out there. And then I will assist you in gaining the black gem. But, of course, it is assumed that you will do no further harm to my coterie. And the 7th generation warden, all you stated.
For 666 years, we will agree.
And after that,
After that, we will have to renegotiate.
I can't give back the warden, so that'll be money spent, shall we say. The prince can't become
But no summoning of us
less dust.
on your side.
Okay.
once we're done with your little coup and helping you out, we go our separate ways. No bullshit about it, or you void your contract.
Agreed. Neutrality on both sides. I won't summon you. You won't plague me. And when the 666 years is up, assuming that we both are still enjoying our existences such as they are, then hostilities may not necessarily resume, but they're free to continue if we so desire at that time.
He snaps his finger. One of the ones is actually looks like a female, but still very androgynous features. Just maybe a longer hair gives it away. Comes forward and walks very kind of oddly, almost like it's like stop go. As she comes into view and comes up before you, she looks at you and rolls her eyes back, and her head comes back, and she liquefies into this mass of ichor. And with that, you see the guy comes forward, and he sticks now clawed hands. You didn't notice he had a claw. Comes in and starts etching on the black asphalt right in front of you. Literally just starts from beautiful cursive, writing a full contract of everything you guys have just stated.
All right.
That's going to take some time.
Okay. I just want to add one thing that was intensely cool. But while he's doing that, because
Yes.
I did get 6 successes on my control.
Yes.
Ward's going to entertain himself while he's waiting for that by
Sure.
playing with his surroundings. And the first thing he does is turn himself into a scantily clad, well-endowed female and look at himself and go, everybody has wanted to do this at least once.
Fucking pervert.
I will allow it, and it does indeed happen that way. So you poof in as if, because you're kind of like thinking of it making almost light of, you're kind of like, what
At this
is
point, I'm
really?
playing with my surroundings, trying to like change
But
the
you
chain link
seem
if I
to
can.
have utter and complete control of yourself and apparently your surroundings. So yeah, we're gonna stop there.
Yep, go ahead. So, thank you for sharing the spotlight, everybody. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Steve, so you're gonna go kick him right in the balls.
Yeah.
Steve K.
Or the cooch, as the case may be. No, this one's man. Females are two
Oh, yeah,
females that are
of course
crawling
I
around
do.
in the darkness, suffocating right now.
Oh my goodness. What's my difficulty here? It's +1?
It's difficulty 6.
6 or 7 for the kick?
It's 6, I think.
It's +1.
Okay. So then go ahead and make your strength +1.
Alright, so it's definitely successful.
A kick is actually
4.
is 7, actually. I think a kick is difficulty 7, and then it's plus, but it's strength +1 damage.
Oh wait, that one's so then
So
I
like
have
Judy kick.
2 successes on my roll for the kick.
Okay, so then you get +1 damage, so your strength +2 damage, and go soak or try to with 0. It would be a botch, but you can't botch a stamina roll.
Stamina. Oh,
He tried to soak.
okay.
You did not soak anything.
It does say they range from simple front kicks to aerial spins. Base is +1 difficulty and +1 damage to the spin.
Yeah,
or to
which is
the,
what we did. So difficulty 7, and then +1 damage. Yep.
And the
You're
+1
good.
damage is not an extra dice. It's just a
No, it's an extra damage. Dice. So that's
rolling
why.
another
Well, so
dice.
you strength +2 is what it turns into. Yeah. That's why I said the +1 and then another +1 for the successes over the one you did to hit.
No
Nothing.
damage.
whiff.
Oh, whiff. Oh no. Well, you can't dodge that either. So
It's a
yeah,
one
you
and a
Clang.
Oh, okay. So it's not even a botch anyway. So yeah, you just go and you kick, but just sort of absorb it. You kick him, in the side of his arm or something. Doesn't really have much of an effect. All right, Vincent, you are moving. So
I am.
Vincent will move around to. You have 12 plus your dex. What's your dexterity modifier or dexterity?
Dex would be +8.
Okay, so 8, so 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I'll allow you to look around the corner. You do indeed see this monstrosity of multiple formed bodies, and then a lot of the faces look very familiar. Go ahead and you give me an intelligence and occult roll. Difficulty will be 7. 8. You were a little less involved emotionally than Jessica.
I had 1, but 1, so 0.
0. Okay, so yeah, you don't recognize. You just see this monstrosity ahead of you. You also see a snaked Jessica. Well, actually, do you even know that you can do that yet?
I don't know. well, they know that I am.
No.
No.
Serpentis at all.
And you didn't see her change, so unfortunately we're going to have to fully roleplay this. So as you're coming around the corner, you see a full-on cobra in front of you, and you see this monstrosity. So actually we're going to stop you, so 9, 8, 7, 6. So we're going to stop you here. You see the snake. That's not there. Wishful thinking. No.
It was supposed to happen, it never did.
Yeah. It's not yet. There'll be chances later. But that's what you see right now. So you see this giant snake that seems to be looking around the corner, and then this monstrosity that's up there, and it seems to be like beckoning the snake. So it's like this monstrosity is working towards. I will give you another reflexive intelligence and occult roll. This one's going to be difficulty 9. Difficulty 10. Can't really botch it though. I'm going to say 10.
Glad I chose roleplay.
Yeah. You're going to be like,
Oh, 2.
okay, so you're pretty sure that ahead of you is the mass of bodies is actually the effects of the discipline for the Blood Brothers. And it's called coagulated body. As far as you understand, they actually have an ability to literally absorb different kinds of bodies. And there's this massive rolling arms and biting teeth and everything. And it seems to be heading to your guys' left. And then the snake itself, since you got that many successes, I'll say that you know that to be a Serpentis, so probably either a follower of Set, or you do know that Jessica does have that level of discipline, or at least the discipline near that level. You haven't actually seen her do that.
I've seen her tongue, and I've seen her eyes. So I mean, I can.
You've never seen this though. This is a much higher level, but yes.
You did tell us.
Correct. So I can't say that's
She did
specifically her, but
John, she didn't tell that part. So
Yeah.
you have to kind of decide how you do it. If you come around the corner, it's very chaotic, lots of fighting going on. But yeah, you'll have to make it. It's kind of like when they ran into you in horde form for the first time.
sure.
In a way, right?
Yeah.
You have to decide how you play that.
Well, I would imagine Vincent would be cautious for sure.
Okay.
Shit. I guess there's only
All
one.
the secrets.
Do I know anything about Serpentis?
No.
Like, does she take on any characteristics of her
No, there's.
vampiric?
It
Although
all.
in front of them, I have done the skin of the adder. In fact, I did it at the battle.
Give me an intelligence roll, difficulty 8.
I have done the skin of the
Let's
adder.
see if you remember this. I'll give you one more shot. Since you rolled so many successes.
Well, I'll definitely spend a willpower on this then.
Alright, if you spend the willpower, you're pretty sure it's her. You're like, I'm pretty sure that's you. The scale pattern looks about right. You
Okay.
don't have boobies.
She does like
and,
cobras, doesn't she?
There's no legs, so I'm not sure. You didn't even have to roll. It's good.
Okay.
You used the willpower to get it. So you're pretty sure it looks like her.
It's strange. She's got the
Okay.
on her scale.
Yeah, the Gucci's on.
Gotta be Jessica.
Wait, that snake is wearing Chanel number 5. What the hell?
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Well, Vincent will definitely give her the sideways glance, like, oh shit.
Okay. They can't hear us right now. Bummer. I don't know why they can't hear it. Alright, let's try and see if we can turn it up here. Sorry guys, real quick. I'm just gonna try this. I wish I was a little better at this. Let's see. Real quick. Video.
God, I love your restraint. I don't know if I could have controlled myself and not slithered in and immediately tried to.
All right, I don't know if that's gonna be any better. That's
Sneak
about
it
all I
up.
can do for right now. All right, so
I just turned into a snake.
Oh, I know, and it would be a terrible idea, and you'd get squashed immediately. But it'd be really hard to control myself and not be like, snake form activate. Necktie snake? I don't.
This is why I have this discipline.
Exactly.
You do not.
Exactly. This is why nobody lets me have horde form.
This would be so scary if Ward had serpentine.
yeah. All right, so that's that. We
pretty
have Vincent. You do move there, but you still have some movement left. We only had you at 6. So do you want to continue around the corner, or how do you want to?
I would. Yes, I would like to go into the room.
Into the room. Okay. Are you going to use all 20 or what?
Not all 20. Just go into the entrance.
Like here or back here? Like that's fine.
I can't really see.
You're inside the building, but right inside.
Yep, that'll work.
Okay. And so the monstrosity kind of looks at you, and also sees kind of just looking at your features with multiple heads, and it says that come with the Sombra to Warden. It says from like the big mouth that's gaping out of its belly. That uses like broken shin bones and whatnot that are jagged as teeth. Like kind of spitting out as it speaks. Okay, so that's move. Blood Brother is gonna attack. So it doesn't have anything to attack. It was going to attack if the humans were able to crawl out, but they weren't. It doesn't know that, so it's like some of its body is like looking and getting ready to attack. But it doesn't end up doing that, and it starts moving in undulating and multi-legged fashion. Moves in that direction, and it motions for you. It motions for the snake, and it looks like it's offering to basically carry her.
I'll slither.
But I carry you, snake necktie.
Okay. Next
They're
is.
not about strangulation, though.
Yeah. It's a cobra,
So
not
that was that.
That was
Vincent
Boa.
went. Blood Brothers. Jessica.
Okay, so since I chose Bro Clan movement, before I move, I actually kind of do a whole snaky head twist towards Vincent.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of nod to him,
Mm-hmm.
and then make a head gesture towards that, and then I slither. Let's see, I can do a corner 5, 10, 15. What am I doing? I'm not counting fives. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not gonna get too close. I'm gonna stay.
Okay, so you're not going to take it up on its offer to give you a ride?
No.
Okay.
In
Just want
fact,
to make sure.
if it tries again, I.
Okay. Yeah, I mean one of the forms kind of goes away and then bows kind of reverently and apologetically, and then continues to kind of snarl as it's like looking around and kind of getting ready for a fight, as it looks like it's going to be slinking down halls and expecting to engage. All right, so that's Jessica Ringgill.
All right. Well, I was gonna bite and drain that guy.
Okay, go for it. So just a bite.
Mm-hmm.
You still have him in the clinch. She hasn't bothered to get out.
Yes. Bite. One success.
All right. Go ahead and you get
Woo!
3. And then yeah.
That was almost the Wilhelm scream.
This one actually completely just succumbs to the kiss and rolls his eyes back, but you still see the flicker of flame in his eyes.
Okay. Well, I take 3 blood from him.
Okay. It's like this isn't on. I don't know. Anyway.
And I think that's a total of 6 blood I've taken. Is it?
Yes. So he is down.
Okay.
So that was the last one. And then we have them. So there are. They all try to go. 5, 6, 1, and 7. 5, 6, 1. Crawl on here. Dead, and those are still alive. I'm starting to suffocate and fall unconscious. Okay. And so I think we're at a point now where we're going to take it out of initiative and see, because those two are just going to probably suffocate even if they crawl out. You guys are going to completely slaughter them, and it's getting late. So yeah, you guys, what does everybody want to do though? So this monstrosity seems to be heading deeper into the facility.
Okay. I'm gonna look at Ward. What's he look like?
So he is standing there, and every time he did his thing, he outstretched his hand. And other than that, he's just kind of looking at you guys, and he seems to be walking around the front, and he comes around right next to Vincent, looks at Vincent, and then looks at the snake, and looks at this monstrosity. So he'll be right kind of next to Vincent.
Do I notice if he has anything going on with his eyes?
You didn't. You saw. Yes, he does have the flame with his eyes. But that's what he does. Go ahead and move him, because that was his last one. You don't have anything yet.
So he goes here.
Yeah.
All right.
But other than that, he was just watching you guys, looking and seeing how you guys were dealing with those. He wasn't actually engaging in any way other than just watching.
All right.
So, what does everybody else want to do?
I want to follow that to know where the warden's office is.
Okay.
And now I feel a little bit more free to do that because I know Vincent is there. So it won't be just me going into the warden's office.
Okay.
But I'm keeping the shadow play up.
Roger that. Anybody else engaging the monstrosity or otherwise doing anything else?
I think I'm going to pull out my sharpened nightstick, and I'm going to attempt to stake Ward.
Okay. We'll end with that then tonight. What are you doing anything specifically?
Move to follow.
Okay, so you guys are all going to follow the monstrosity except for Ringo, who's going to kind of fall behind and then stake Ward in the back. Is what he's looking to do. So let's get that roll out of the way. So go ahead and make your dexterity and melee.
All right.
Aaron.
Yeah. I don't have my phone.
Oh, god damn it.
Sorry.
I'll just point to what I'm referring to before you resolve this here.
Yeah, sure.
Because this is something that I don't know if you brought into play, but assuming I'm not in control.
What was the difficulty for that?
So the difficulty is going to be 9.
That's
So,
3 successes right there.
Borrow that at all, but I have 4 points in this, so I'm pretty. If I'm not in control, I'm pretty hard to sneak up on.
I know.
Spider sense level.
Yeah. So difficulty 9.
3 successes.
So plus 2 damage.
All right.
So you do strength plus 3 damage for the stake, and then plus another. So it'd be strength plus 6 damage.
All right. So that's fine. Strength plus 6. You said?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
And Riley hasn't come up on this yet, has she? She said, Riley, she hasn't come up on this yet.
1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay. So yes. Ward. You are in this land and you're just having this conversation in this mindscape, and all of a sudden, did she help you yet?
No.
Okay.
The new moon hasn't happened.
Right.
It has to be during the new moon.
Just want to make sure. So you feel this incredible pain in your chest. And it's gnawing and it won't go away.
No soak on it?
Yeah, you do get a soak, but it still happens.
Soak 3.
Okay. So take your 3 damage, and then, and the answer is, it didn't matter in this case.
Okay. I mean, I figure I wasn't in control, but I don't know if he was getting to borrow from my powers at all.
Yeah. And with that, yeah, that's about it. So we're gonna stop there. You do definitely drive it right through his chest.
All right.
And
Sorry.
You
I saw the flames.
Are all kind of coming through and following this monstrosity. It's heading down the hall, and literally it's going through, and there are people running through the halls, and these like things that'll charge this monstrosity, and it just like flails, hits them. It's taking a hit here, taking a hit there, but not very much damage at all, but a few. And it seems to be activating some disciplines here and there, so using up a little bit of blood as it's trying to go through, but it's like this slaughterhouse. I mean, it would be like Vincent himself going through. It appears to have potence, it appears to have celerity, as well as definitely, you're guessing, some fortitude and some mean soak. So not much damage has gone through, and certainly nothing that's aggravated. But every time, and they've tried to mob them with multiple, and it just flattens them and goes through, and like it'll feed like a body into its stomach, which crunches down with those broken femurs and the broken major bones that act like teeth, shearing some poor dude in half. And then a woman jumps on the back, but then one of the back bodies grabs her and then just bites her and drains her. And as you're kind of coming through to Ringil, as you're going through and you're moving somewhat fast, you do notice that you are being followed by one of the people that was behind you, and that you had engaged before, and looks like it's asking you to bite it again. You see the flames in its eyes, but it's asking you to bite it. We're going to end with that. So,
what?
Really interesting game. So it is definitely lots going on. I'm kind of curious because people are saying they're having problems with the sound. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. But we definitely had quite a bit of people that kind of showed up, which is fun, asking questions. So we're going to try and figure that part out. But I'm going to do my usual. We're going to go round robin, see who has what learned this session, and either them or their characters. You can repeat it as always. So we'll start this time with Cedar.
Will.
You'll learn.
It's hard to fight humans that are possessed without killing them. And yeah, it's kind of what I'm getting from it. And also the fact that he sees those same sort of flames in Ward's eyes just really freaks him out, because he really does not want to risk Ward becoming fully possessed. That's his thinking.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So John.
Well, I learned that Ringil has been harboring a deep-seated desire to stake Ward in the back.
The ultimate
Yes.
payback.
For some time.
Oh,
regardless of
that's
what Ringil might say to himself in the wee hours of the night.
And also, I want to make sure this doesn't seem like I'm overstepping metagaming or anything, because I'm
No, you
staking
see
my
that
own.
he has fire in his eyes, and you've seen him do. So you've seen him draw blood from all of you, and throughout this whole combat, and Vincent for his part kind of is like, I'm not dealing with that, and so you're kind of like, okay, well I guess it falls to me, and then you see like he's almost oblivious and sort of, you know, like I've tried to describe when you guys have been new to vampirism, right? And it's just this like overwhelming thing that you can imagine this entity that's just so used to possessing animals and possessing humans, all of a sudden gets this vampire where, you know, runs off of blood, doesn't run off of food, doesn't run off of anything. And like the senses are more, it has these weird powers, like there's all kinds of different, like it's just, I would just imagine it would be completely overwhelming even for an entity like that. So it's like, you know, it's just kind of like walking around like, this is fascinating. And we'll get into what happens after your staking in the next session. So, yes. But yeah.
I'm going to go with that. I mean, there's
Okay.
a lot more that I
All right.
learned, but I think I had enough spotlight. And I really feel like Ringil resented how awesome my eyes looked with fire in them. And that's, you know.
Not the truth.
Yeah. Whatever gets you
He doesn't
to bed,
harbor that
man.
much
whatever gets you to
resentment
bed at
for
night,
you.
Humanity 7. Okay?
Sound didn't catch it. All right, so Jessica.
Well,
Jessica.
I actually got to see how the Blood Brother actually did the coagulation, which I'd never seen before.
Yeah.
We just knew what they were. Also, something that she'll probably look back on and realize she learned is that she may need to rescind the offer to remove people's hearts, because sometimes these coterie members do need to be staked. And maybe
I was
it's
thinking it.
best
Yeah.
not
Totally.
because yeah, I think you're gonna get her support on what you did there. Once we look back on it all.
Yes.
But yes.
Okay.
And also she did learn that mortals possessed by a demonic entity are not susceptible to at least some of the powers of the vampires while they are possessed. That was an interesting discovery.
Yep. For sure. All right, and then Steve.
Steve was a little overwhelmed by his eager beaver attempt to sense the send on demonically possessed
Yeah.
troglodytes.
Imagine that's a rough one. Yeah, that is oops. But yeah, still, I mean, you actually got quite a bit of information if you remembered any of it. But it's a lot coming at you at once. And then Rusty, last but not least.
So I guess on Vincent's behalf, I can't really say the Blood Brothers per se, because I don't know if they're the same people, and I don't know if it's the same effect. But I can say that the way the demon is affecting multiple people at once, that's kind of a new thing for him.
Okay.
So I mean, he's had the dealings with the Memnon, which has always been a one-on-one thing, but now he's dealing with Legion, who's like affecting multiple people all at once, like a hive mind, and that's new to him.
Yep. All right, so 1 success or 1 XP for everybody, 1 automatic, and then we'll give 2 role playing because I loved all that stuff. So 4 XP for this session. Good job, and let me know if you guys have any desire for any kind of willpower petitions. But for the most part, most of you guys, I mean, some of you had to spend a lot, but it was all quite interesting, and we'll go into it. So great game. I will see you guys next Monday.
Woo.
I will see you guys in person next Monday.
Yeah, sounds good. We have to figure this noise thing out.